I didn't want to go on our family vacation because my sister always makes me babysit late at night. Every time we go out, I'm stuck looking after my three nephews. It got so bad that I had to move out of my parents' house. Last summer, we went to the beach for vacation. My parents paid for my hotel room, but I had to share it with my rowdy nephews because my sister and her husband wanted their own room. They said I'd have time for myself, but I ended up babysitting again. I complained to everyone about how I felt, but they reminded me that I was getting a free trip. We mostly did only one thing I wanted to do, which was visit an art gallery. I love doing this when I'm at the beach, but the kids don't like it. This year, my parents planned another beach trip for June, assuming I'd go along like last year. But I refused. I said I'd drive myself and pay for my own hotel room so I could have my own space. My parents were surprised and tried to remind me of the cost, but I told them not to worry. I have a good job and a reliable car, so I can afford it. That's when the argument started. I explained my reasons for wanting to do things differently this time. I want to enjoy this vacation as an adult and not feel like a child like last year. My parents told my sister about my plans, and she called me angrily. She said I'd ruin the vacation if I didn't help with her kids. I got upset and yelled back, telling her how she always made me babysit last year. I didn't get to do what I wanted, like going to an art gallery. I'm a grown man, and I deserve to enjoy my vacation too. Now my sister isn't talking to me, and my parents want me to ride with them to avoid conflict. I'm still saying no, but it's hard with all the pressure. Am I wrong for sticking to my decision? I know it'll be tough for my sister to handle her kids without anyone's help. Update: it's only been an hour since I posted, but my sister saw it on Reddit. She's really mad at me and upset that people in the comments aren't taking her side. She went on a big rant about how hard it is to raise triplets and how I should help because I'm young, single, and she needs a break. I didn't change my mind, so now she's calling our parents to get them involved. I'm waiting for their call. Update: I finished work, so I can tell you more about what happened. It's all done now. My sister got her parents involved. They saw my post and were shocked by all the comments. They're mad that I posted here, but I told them if they listened to me in the first place, I wouldn't have needed to. I'm tired of always having to keep the peace at my expense. They got mad at my sister instead. Long story short, the vacation is canceled. The hotel wasn't booked yet, but my parents are arguing with my sister. She's blaming me, and my nephews are upset they're not going to the beach. My sister called me at lunch and hinted that I don't have a life, so I should help. I recorded it and told our parents, and that's what they're arguing about now. Small update. I wasn't going to update again, but here's a little more. Parents said that they won't ever push babysitting of my nephews on me again and have agreed that what happened last year was unfair to me. Right now, they're very angry with my sister for telling me I should help her because she thinks I have no life. My sister is playing the victim, and my brother-in-law is basically saying nope to the whole mess and spending most of his time at work. Thank you to everyone who has commented. You made my day. Update 1. My parents said sorry, but my sister didn't. At least not at first. A week ago, I made this new account to ask if I was wrong. Turns out I wasn't. There's so much to tell that I couldn't fit into the original post, so a friend suggested I come here. When I asked if I was wrong, it caused a lot of trouble in my family. Basically, my parents and older sister got used to me helping with my young triplet nephews. I stayed home until I was 22 to save money while going to college. A scholarship helped a lot, and living at home kept me from getting too much debt because I worked part-time. I'm really grateful for that. But after college, everyone acted like I had all the time in the world and dragged me on a family vacation. During that vacation, I had to babysit my three 6-year-old nephews. I even had to share a hotel room with them, and let me tell you, those kids didn't listen to anything I said. On the first night of the trip, I had to call their mom twice because the kids were misbehaving. But I got blamed for wanting to do other things during the vacation. It seemed like if the whole family didn't like something, it didn't happen, which was unfair because I'm part of the family and didn't get a say. I told my parents about this after my last post, and they admitted they were wrong. After that terrible vacation last year, I decided to move out before the summer ended, which surprised everyone because I didn't warn them. I got a great job right after college thanks to an internship and moved to cut my commute from 45 minutes to 15. My sister was mad because she wouldn't get free babysitting on weekends anymore, but she still tried to make me do it. Sometimes I gave in, especially if there was pizza involved, and it became a habit. But last month, my parents said we're going on another family vacation to the same place, and they wanted it to go the same way as last time. I quickly realized it was a setup. If I let my parents book the hotel rooms and rode with them, I'd end up in the same mess as last time. So I calmly said I'd drive myself and pay for my own stuff. That's when everything blew up. My parents begged me, and my sister tried to pressure me by making me doubt myself. But I didn't give in. After standing up to my sister, I posted on Am I the Jerk? Because of all the pressure. My sister found the post in less than an hour, and things got messy. At first, my family was against me. My sister called our parents, who then called me in the morning. They were on the phone with me while reading my post. They tried to say it was exaggerated, but I pointed out details that showed it was true. Then I told them to check the comments. There were too many for them to read, so I kept updating them. I told them I was tired of always having to make peace by giving in to my sister. Then I told them I had to go, and we'd talk more later. My parents were shocked to see hundreds, maybe thousands of comments in just a few hours. Later, I updated them that the numbers had doubled and were still growing, which made them even more shocked, so they had to really think about what they'd done. My sister kept trying to call me while I was at work, but my phone was silent until lunchtime, so she could only leave messages and texts. She finally got through to me during lunch. She was upset because my post made our parents mad at her. They argued, and my parents ended up canceling the whole vacation. They later admitted they were embarrassed and blamed each other. They said they were wrong to always make me babysit for free when I wasn't even living at home anymore. They tried to say they didn't charge me rent during college, but I reminded them that kids don't ask to be born, and I was trying my best to make my own way. Then I reminded my parents that my dad got the same help from his parents when he was in college. That ended the argument. When my sister called me at lunch, I told her the facts, and she didn't react well. She basically said I don't have a life and should spend my weekends helping her because she's tired and can't go out without her kids unless someone watches them. But she's a stay-at-home mom with a husband who makes good money, and they own their house. My nephews aren't really my responsibility. They just assumed they were. My sister hung up angrily, but I recorded the call and played it for my parents later. They were mad and fought with my sister. She blamed me and insisted my life should revolve around hers. I told her that was selfish. It took days, but her husband made her apologize to me. She seemed really sorry, which was unusual for her. It came out that one reason I was always asked to babysit was because my sister didn't trust strangers. It wasn't really about the money, but maybe it was. My brother-in-law thought my sister paid me for babysitting. But after I moved out, she didn't even give me gas money. She just gave me cash, enough for pizza for me and the kids, and kept the rest. She'd been shortchanging me for months. He got mad when he found out during her weak apology. She had to pay me back from her own savings, which she didn't like. Then he apologized for not standing up for me and promised to hire a babysitter from now on. It'll cost them, but my sister will get her date nights back. We had a family meeting where we all talked things out. There were apologies all around. Then my parents said we're still having the family vacation. I'm still driving myself and paying for my own hotel. If my sister tries to make me babysit again, I'll stay in a different hotel. She promised she won't do that. If I don't update after the vacation in a month, everything's fine. Update 2. My sister called me, demanding I delete my posts. She's even more upset now that she knows how many people saw them. It's not great having a family that knows about your Reddit account. Yesterday, she called me after work to ask if comments were still coming in. She said she couldn't handle reading them herself because they were all mean to her. So I told her the truth. About 10 comments still come in every day, and they mostly say the same things about her. She started crying and begged me to delete my posts. But I said no. I told her she can cry to anyone she wants, but the posts stay up because they're my way of making sure she doesn't treat me badly again. She basically thought my life should revolve around hers, didn't pay me for babysitting, and made me babysit all the time during last year's family vacation. So I didn't have any fun. It's no surprise people hate her for treating me like that. When I mentioned that the posts had spread to other websites and some articles and videos were made about it, she screamed and hung up. Then my parents called, begging me to delete the post. I said no because they didn't stand up for me. If they'd told my sister to treat me like an equal instead of a servant, none of this would have happened. I'm not her servant or babysitter. I'm her brother, and I'm grown up. Wouldn't they be tired of this if they were in my shoes? They agreed but still begged me to delete the post. I said no and told them I'll keep posting if they don't stand up for me more when my sister complains. Let her solve her own problems because enabling her caused this mess. I didn't have those kids. I have my own life, a new career, and I want to ask someone out soon. I'm moving forward and I won't let them hold me back. They can either support me or keep enabling my sister, but I warned them that enabling her would end badly. I said I'd only stop posting if the drama stops. I kept things anonymous, and I have the right to vent my frustrations. My mom cried, my dad stayed silent, and I told them tears won't change my mind. They know what they need to do to end this, stop enabling my sister. So my sister called again to yell at me because our parents told her they're not getting involved and she needs to sort things out herself. They also told her to be nicer to me. I could practically see her eyes twitching when she heard that. I was pretty sarcastic with her, and she ended up crying when I hung up. Later, my brother-in-law called to hear my side of the story. He was upset that I'm still posting and made his wife cry, but I explained everything to him, and he said he'd talk to my sister again. I hope this drama ends now, but the family vacation is still on for late June. I've already booked my own room and asked for a day off work so we can leave on a Friday. My room isn't near my parents, sisters, Bill's, and nephew's rooms. It's not even on the same floor. When we go to the coast, if it's not a family activity, I'm going to do what I want. I'll visit art galleries, eat local food, and just enjoy myself for a change. Update 3. The family vacation is over, and some things went as expected, both good and bad. Good because my parents didn't let my sister make me babysit. Oh, she tried, but it didn't work. But it was bad because my sister tried to find out which room I was in, which got her in trouble with her husband again. First, I told the hotel not to give out any of my information to anyone except the police. They promised they wouldn't. On the day of the vacation, I left earlier than the rest of the family. They wouldn't be ready until at least 10 a.m., so I left at 9 a.m. check-in wasn't until 1 p.m., but I wanted to be early. I sent a group text and headed out to make the 3-hour drive. My parents were upset because they had planned a family brunch on the way, but I didn't know about it, so we just had fast food instead. When I got to the hotel, it was too early to check in, but I told the staff not to give out my information to my parents or sister. They said they don't do that, but I told them I know it sometimes happens, so I'm being careful. I told them not to give out my information if my mom, sister, or nephews try to ask for it. They promised only I would have access to my room. Then I went out to eat. When I came back over an hour later, I saw my parents' car and my brother-in-law's SUV. I made sure the lobby was empty before checking in. The clerk said my family asked about me and where I was staying, but they refused to tell them. My sister tried to push it, but her husband stopped her. I checked in, went to my room, and called my parents. I didn't mention what happened with the clerk, and they didn't bring it up either. Then we all met up as a family to go out and explore. At one point, my sister asked me to watch her kids for a bit. I refused because I knew what she was up to. She'd say she'd be back soon, but end up gone for ages. I called her out, and her husband told her to stop asking me to babysit. Instead, she started crying, saying she needed a break. Her husband reminded her that he's tired too, but he's not complaining. My mom gave me a mean look, so I went over and told her if she even thought I should babysit. I'd leave the vacation right then. It's not my job, and I'm tired of them treating me like it is. That made my mom cry too, and she kept saying you're right over and over. It's an old trick of hers to make me feel guilty, but I just said, I am right, and walked away. Neither my mom nor sister tried anything for the rest of the day. When we got back to the hotel after dinner, my family crowded into the elevator, but I waited for the next one. My sister gave me a mean look because she knew what I was up to. I sat in the lobby watching YouTube for 15 minutes before taking the elevator up. I was on a different floor, far away from them. I had a great night. The next morning, we all went out for breakfast, but I made sure they left first. I was the last one out, just like the night before. Breakfast was good. Then I told them I'd be doing my own thing for the day. My mom mentioned plans to go to the aquarium and some other places, so I said I'd meet them later, but the rest of the day was mine. They agreed, and the day went well. When we got back to the hotel that evening, my sister saw me leaving my room. She must have been searching the whole floor to find me. I went back to my room to rest before dinner because I was tired from walking. My sister was nearby. When I left my room for dinner, she tried to corner me and said I'd ruin the vacation for her because she had to take care of her kids alone. I disagreed because our parents were helping her a lot. I told her I'm tired of being blamed for everything and to leave me alone. I started walking, ignoring her yelling. She followed me to the elevator, but we didn't talk. I told my parents and brother-in-law that my sister had stalked me to find my room. She was scolded and she had a pity party. I told her to stop acting like a victim and grow up. The days when she could control me were gone. Then I left the lobby and went to my car. This time I got to dinner first. When everyone else arrived, my sister looked sad, but we didn't talk about what happened before, and that was okay with me. My sister didn't talk to me the whole evening, and I didn't care about riding in the elevator with them. I told them not to disturb me unless it was an emergency because I had the do not disturb sign on my door. The last day went smoothly. Neither my sister nor my mother bothered me. They had given up by then. During the vacation, I played with my nephews a bit. I'm not mean. I just didn't want to babysit. The kids didn't mind. They just wanted to play. I even bought them each a little bag of crystals and stones as a souvenir. There were some small arguments between my sister and her husband, but I ignored them. Overall, I'd say the vacation was a success because my mother and sister realized they couldn't control me anymore. Update 4. My mother and sister saw my last post. They just can't leave things alone. I warned them that if they didn't stop, I'd go back to Reddit, and here I am. The short version is that they freaked out after seeing my post. My sister had been checking my account for days because she knew I'd post something. Well, what did she expect? That I would just say everything was fine. She called me and cried, saying I made her look like a bad mother. I replied, well, if the shoe fits. My sister argued with me more, but I asked her to name anything in the post that wasn't true. She tried, but I pointed out that every detail was correct. So what did she do? She called Mom. Then my mother showed up at my door demanding I delete all the posts. I said no, and now I have more material for another post. I ended up making her leave crying. I had a serious talk with my parents on the phone later. I told them that their support of my sister's behavior caused all the problems in the family. I made it clear that I won't go back to the way things were, so they shouldn't hope for it. My parents then told my sister to stop blaming me and leave me alone. They can't handle the stress anymore. My sister felt sorry for herself, but my parents snapped her out of it. My brother-in-law has a cult. I think he's trying to stay out of the drama, but this can't be good for his marriage or our relationship. So out of respect for him, I'm sorry, but your wife went too far. My parents want my sister to get counseling because she can't handle being a mom and trying to keep up her old habits. She needs to be responsible. I hope this is my last post. If my sister keeps treating me like her personal servant and blaming me for everything, we can't be around each other. Maybe we can move past this if she's willing to change. I won't write anything else about her on Reddit. I'll only talk about my own experiences. If she treats me with respect, this will all be over. Got it? Update 5. My parents and I had a long chat and they apologized. We've decided to keep some distance until Thanksgiving. I also talked with my brother-in-law over beers last night. He's making my sister get counseling or he might leave her. They're finding a counselor for her now. He said my sister was mean to me at home, but she's a loving wife. He also said she had some issues from being an only child. She agreed to counseling and will go when they set it up. They found a babysitter for my nephews too. My brother-in-law also said he was mad at me but didn't help when he should have. We agreed it was a bad situation, so we're putting it to rest. Lastly, these posts helped me get a girlfriend. She figured out it was me and waited for me to say something. We're going on our first date tonight. Thanks to everyone here for the support. It meant a lot.
The crystal champagne flute trembled in my hand as I watched my sister Maureen glide through the banquet hall, commanding attention with every step. Even at our parents' 40th anniversary celebration, she had to make it all about herself. My name is Rosalind, and I've spent 31 years living in my sister's shadow. Oh, darling, Maureen's voice carried across the room as she air-kissed our mother's cheeks. The party is absolutely divine, though I would have recommended the Four Seasons instead of this quaint venue. I took another sip of champagne, grateful for the liquid courage. Jake, my best friend, squeezed my arm reassuringly. Don't let her get to you, Roz. Your startup is going to change everything. If it survives another month, I muttered, watching Maureen work the room in her designer dress that probably cost more than my quarterly rent. Rosalind, my father's booming voice made me jump. Come join your sister. She's telling everyone about her latest promotion. Of course she was. I plastered on a smile and made my way over to the growing crowd around Maureen. The clicking of my sensible heels seemed dull compared to the sharp staccato of her Louboutins. There's my baby sister. Maureen's perfectly painted lips curved into what others might mistake for a warm smile. I was just telling everyone about my new position as senior vice president. Congratulations, I managed, though the word tasted bitter. And what about you, dear? My mother's friend Patricia asked, her eyes kind but patronizing. Still working on that little, what was it again? It's a tech startup, I began, but Maureen cut in with a laugh that made my skin crawl. Oh, Mom, did I tell you about the merger I just orchestrated? $2 billion in assets. She turned to me with false concern. How much was your last quarter's revenue, Rosie? Still in the red? The room seemed to shrink. I could feel dozens of eyes on me, waiting for my response. Jake appeared at my elbow with a fresh glass of champagne, but Maureen wasn't finished. You know, sis, there's no shame in admitting the entrepreneur life isn't for everyone. I'm sure I could find you something entry-level at my company. The benefits are excellent. My company is doing fine, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. We're actually on the verge of what? Another failed prototype? Maureen's laugh turned heads. Remember her lemonade stand when we were kids? She couldn't even make that work. Our mother tittered nervously. Girls, please, this is supposed to be about your father and me. I'm just trying to help, Maureen said, raising her glass. We can't all be successful. Someone has to be. She paused for effect. The family disappointment. The silence that followed was deafening. I saw pity in some faces, amusement in others. My father suddenly became very interested in his shoes, while my mother fussed with her pearls. You'll never be successful like me, Rosie, Maureen continued, her voice dripping with false sweetness. It's time to accept that and move on. My phone buzzed in my clutch. A message from Leandro Delgado, the investor I'd been courting for months. The same investor who, coincidentally, had just pulled out of negotiations with Maureen's company. Excuse me, I said, my voice steady despite the rage burning in my chest. I need to take this call. As I walked away, I heard Maureen launch into another story about her corporate triumphs. But for the first time in years, I didn't care because I knew something she didn't, something that would wipe that smug smile off her face in less than an hour. Jake followed me to the hallway. You okay? I checked my phone again, a smile playing at my lips. Better than okay. Leandro's calling in 5 minutes. The deal? Maybe. I straightened my spine, remembering all the nights I'd worked while Maureen partied, all the savings I'd invested while she bought designer bags. But either way, I'm done being the family disappointment. What are you going to do? I glanced back at the party, where Maureen was still holding court. I'm going to show my dear sister that success comes in many forms, and karma can be a real bitch. My phone started vibrating. Leandro's name flashed on the screen. Wish me luck, I said to Jake, my hand steady as I reached for the phone. The time for living in shadows was over. One way or another, this night would change everything. I stepped into the quiet hallway, my heels clicking against the marble floor as I answered Leandro's call. My heart was pounding, but my voice remained steady. Leandro, thank you for calling. Rosalind, his accented voice was warm but businesslike. I've reviewed your proposal again. Very interesting timing considering what happened with your sister's company. I leaned against the wall, watching through the doorway as Maureen continued to dominate the party. Timing is everything in business, isn't it? Indeed, he paused. Tell me again why I should invest in your company instead of hers. The question brought me back to 3 years ago, sitting in my tiny apartment with Jake, surrounded by prototype sketches and empty coffee cups. Remember when we first met? I asked. You said you wanted innovation that would actually help people, not just make money. I remember. My sister's company is all about profit margins and quarterly reports, but my software, it's already helping small businesses cut their energy costs by 40%. Real people, real savings. Jake appeared in the hallway giving me a thumbs up. I took a deep breath and continued. And that's just the beginning. With your investment, we could expand to... Stop selling, Leandro interrupted. I've made my decision. My stomach dropped. Through the doorway, I could see Maureen raising her glass for another toast. The papers are being drawn up as we speak, he said. 20 million with the terms we discussed. The world seemed to tilt. You're saying yes? I'm saying yes, and I've already informed the media. They should be running the story within the hour. I gripped the phone tighter. The media? Is that a problem? No, I said quickly, thinking of the TV running in the background at the party. No problem at all. After hanging up, I slumped against the wall. Jake rushed over. Well, what did he say? I showed him the text that just came through. The official term sheet. His eyes widened. Holy shit, Roz. 20 million. This is huge. Shh. I pulled him further from the doorway. The story's gonna break on the news soon. I want it to be a surprise. Jake's grin turned wicked. You mean you want Maureen to find out along with everyone else? Exactly. That's cold. He paused. I love it. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Yvette, my mentor. Did you get it? She texted. The news crew is ready. You knew? I texted back. Who do you think suggested your company to Leandro? Tears pricked my eyes. While Maureen had been busy tearing me down, others had been quietly building me up. We should get back, Jake said, nodding toward the party. Your parents are about to give their anniversary speech. Wait, I grabbed his arm. What if this makes everything worse? Worse than your sister humiliating you in front of everyone you know? Point taken. We returned just as my father was tapping his glass for attention. Maureen immediately tried to stand next to him, but he waved her back. Laura, he said, looking at my mother, 40 years ago, you took a chance on a nervous young man who couldn't even tie his bow tie properly. The crowd chuckled. I checked my phone, 15 minutes until the evening news. You believed in me when no one else did, he continued, and that belief changed everything. My mother wiped away a tear. I noticed the TV volume had been turned up for the speech, the news anchor's voice a quiet murmur in the background. Sometimes, my father said, all it takes is one person believing in you to— Breaking news, the TV suddenly blared. All heads turned toward the screen. My heart stopped. This was it. We're receiving reports of a major investment in the clean energy sector. Maureen's champagne glass froze halfway to her lips. Local startup founder Rosalind Harrison has secured a $20 million investment from tech mogul Leandro Delgado. The room erupted in gasps. All eyes swung from the TV to me, then to Maureen, whose face had gone completely white. The deal, reportedly finalized just moments ago, represents one of the largest clean energy investments in the state this year. Rosalind, my mother's voice quavered. Is this true? Before I could answer, my phone lit up with notifications. The story was everywhere. I looked at Maureen, remembering her words from earlier. Someone has to be the family disappointment, I said softly, but it doesn't have to be me anymore. The room burst into chaos as everyone started talking at once. Through it all, I kept my eyes on the TV, where my company's logo filled the screen. The shadow I'd lived in for so long was finally lifting. But as my sister stormed out of the room, I couldn't help wondering, at what cost? The next 15 minutes were a blur of congratulations and questions. Everyone who had politely ignored me earlier now wanted to know every detail about my company. Even my father's golf buddies, who usually only talked stocks with Maureen, were suddenly interested in clean energy technology. I always knew you had it in you, my mother gushed, though we both knew that wasn't true. She'd spent years suggesting I follow Maureen's path into corporate finance. Yvette appeared at my side, rescuing me from another round of questions. Let's get some air, she said, steering me toward the terrace. Outside, the evening air was cool against my flushed skin. Yvette handed me a glass of water instead of champagne. You'll want a clear head for what's coming, she said, leaning against the railing. The real work starts tomorrow. I know, I took a sip of water. But tonight you get to enjoy watching your sister squirm? Yvette raised an eyebrow. That's not why I helped you get this investment, you know. I know. It's about the technology and it's about you, she interrupted. I invested my time in you because you're brilliant, not because you're Maureen's sister. Before I could respond, Jake burst through the terrace doors. Roz, you need to see this. Maureen's giving some kind of speech. We hurried back inside. Maureen stood in the center of the room, her mascara slightly smudged, but her voice steady. As the more experienced businesswoman in the family, she was saying, I feel it's my duty to warn everyone about the risks of startup investments. My father shifted uncomfortably. Maureen, perhaps this isn't the time. No, Dad, they need to hear this. She turned to address the crowd. 9 out of 10 startups fail. That's just statistics. And when they fail, they don't just hurt the founder, they hurt everyone who believed in them. Unlike certain corporate mergers that fall through, the words left my mouth before I could stop them. Maureen's eyes narrowed. At least I didn't have to manipulate my way into a deal. Manipulate? I stepped forward. You mean like how you manipulated Mom and Dad into paying for your MBA while I worked 3 jobs to fund my company? Girls, my mother's voice cracked. Please, not at our anniversary party. But Maureen wasn't finished. You think getting one investment makes you successful? You have no idea what's coming. The pressure, the expectations, the fear of failure, I cut in. Trust me, sis, I know all about that. I've been living with it since we were kids. The room had gone completely silent. Even the waiters had stopped circulating. You want to talk about failure? Maureen's voice was dangerously low. Let's talk about how you're going to feel when everyone realizes you're in way over your head. That's enough. Yvette stepped between us. Maureen, I've worked with both you and your sister. The difference is, Rosalind actually listens to advice instead of just pretending to know everything. And who exactly are you? Someone who's built and sold 3 successful companies. Yvette smiled coolly. While you were climbing the corporate ladder, I was building the whole building. A murmur went through the crowd. Maureen's face flushed red. Well, she said, forcing a laugh, I guess we'll all see how this plays out, but don't come crying to me when… The TV suddenly blared again. More breaking news on the Delgado investment story. Sources confirmed that the deal came shortly after Delgado Ventures pulled out of negotiations with Standard Corp, citing philosophical differences with their business model. All color drained from Maureen's face. Standard Corp was her company. Is that true? My father asked, looking between us. Did you know about this, Rosalind? I started, but Maureen cut me off with a bitter laugh. Of course she knew. She probably planned it this way, waiting until my company's deal fell through, then swooping in to steal our investor. I didn't steal anything, I said firmly. Leandro chose to invest in my company because we align with his values, something you might want to think about. Values don't pay shareholders, Maureen snapped. No, I agreed, but they help you sleep at night. The room erupted in whispers. I could see people taking sides, some nodding with Maureen, others looking at me with new respect. Jake touched my arm. Your parents look like they're about to have a stroke. He was right. Mom was stress-eating canapés while Dad kept loosening his bow tie. Maybe we should, I started, but was interrupted by my phone buzzing. The caller ID showed Leandro's name. Excuse me, I said, echoing my words from earlier. I need to take this call. As I walked away, I heard Maureen say something about beginner's luck, but this time her words didn't sting, because this time I wasn't the one who needed to prove herself anymore. Rosalind, Leandro's voice was urgent. Turn on CNBC now. I rushed back into the main room, where the TV was still running. Can someone change this to CNBC? I called out. Jake grabbed the remote and switched channels. There I was, my company logo splashed across the screen alongside Leandro's. The ticker at the bottom read, Breaking, Delgado Ventures backs revolutionary green tech startup. I wanted to warn you, Leandro said through the phone. The story's bigger than we anticipated. Your sister's company's stock is already responding to the news. As if on cue, the anchor started speaking. In a surprising turn of events, Standard Corp shares dropped 12% in after-hours trading following the announcement that Delgado Ventures has chosen to back their competitor. Maureen's phone started ringing. She fumbled with it, her hands shaking as she declined the call. Another call came immediately after, and another. The market's reaction is quite telling, the TV analyst continued. Standard Corp's failed negotiation with Delgado signals a potential shift in investor confidence. Turn it off, Maureen snapped, but nobody moved. This emerging player in the green energy sector, the anchor gestured to my company's logo, represents a new approach to sustainable technology. My father stepped closer to the TV, adjusting his glasses. Rosie, is that your prototype they're showing? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with another call, this time from a number I didn't recognize. Ms. Harrison? A woman's voice said when I answered. This is Sarah from the Wall Street Journal. We'd love to get your comment on. No comment, I said quickly, hanging up. Maureen's laugh was hollow. Not so easy being in the spotlight, is it? Ladies, my mother pleaded, can we please just enjoy what's left of our party? But the damage was done. The elegant anniversary celebration had transformed into something else entirely. Half the guests were glued to their phones, watching the market reaction. The other half were trying to get close enough to hear my conversation with Leandro. We should schedule a proper press conference, Leandro was saying. Tomorrow morning? Tomorrow? I glanced at Yvette, who nodded encouragingly. Yes, that works. Perfect. My team will send the details. He paused. And Rosalind? Congratulations. You earned this. As I hung up, I noticed my parents huddled in a corner, speaking in hushed tones. My mother was dabbing at her eyes with a napkin. Mom? I moved toward them. Are you okay? Oh, honey. She reached for my hand. We had no idea. All this time we thought you were struggling, my father finished. We should have paid more attention. Well, Maureen cut in, appearing beside us. She was struggling until today's little publicity stunt. It's not a stunt, I said firmly. My team has been working on this technology for 3 years. Your team? Maureen scoffed. You mean those college dropouts who work out of your garage? Those dropouts include 2 PhD candidates and a former NASA engineer, Yvette interjected. I've worked with them myself. My father's eyebrows shot up. NASA? Dad? Maureen touched his arm. Don't let them fool you. This is all smoke and mirrors. In 6 months. In 6 months, I interrupted. Our technology will be helping thousands of small businesses reduce their carbon footprint while saving money. What will your next merger do, besides make your shareholders richer? The room fell silent again. Even the TV seemed quieter. You know what? Maureen grabbed her purse. I don't have to stand here and listen to this. I have a board meeting in the morning. To discuss the stock drop? Jake muttered, just loud enough to hear. Maureen spun around, her eyes blazing. This isn't over, Rosie. You may have won this round, but you have no idea what you're getting into. The corporate world will eat you alive. Maybe, I said, standing taller, but at least I'll be doing something that matters. She stormed toward the exit, but paused at the door. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry your anniversary party was ruined by this. After she left, the room seemed to exhale collectively. My mother sank into a chair. I need a drink, she announced. Make that 2, my father added. Jake appeared with fresh champagne for everyone. I'd say this calls for a real celebration now. As glasses were raised, I caught Yvette's eye. She gave me a subtle nod, but her expression was serious. We both knew this was just the beginning. My phone buzzed again. More press requests, more investors, more opportunities. The quiet days of working in obscurity were over, and somewhere across town I knew Maureen was already plotting her next move. The question was, who would crack first under the pressure? The morning after the party, my office was chaos. Phones rang nonstop, emails flooded in, and reporters camped outside our modest building. Jake had brought coffee and donuts, but they sat untouched as my team scrambled to prepare for the press conference. Your sister's on line 3, my assistant called out. Again, still not taking her calls, I replied, adjusting my blazer in the reflection of my computer screen. The same screen that displayed dozens of news articles about last night's events. Yvette burst through the door. Change of plans. We're moving the press conference to the Delgado building downtown. More professional. But, no buts. Your sister's already giving interviews, trying to spin this her way. I grabbed my laptop. What's she saying? See for yourself. Yvette handed me her phone, showing a business news interview from 20 minutes ago. There was Maureen, perfectly composed in her office, speaking directly to the camera. While I'm happy for my sister's small success, I have concerns about inexperienced startups making promises they can't keep to investors. Turn it off, I growled. No. Yvette held the phone firmly. Watch and learn. This is what you're up against. Maureen continued. At Standard Corp, we believe in proven track records, not just flashy prototypes. Our shareholders trust us because the office door flew open. My mother stood there, looking frazzled. Mom? I stood up. What are you doing here? Have you seen the morning news? Your father hasn't slept. Maureen's been calling nonstop. This has to stop, Rosalind. What has to stop? My success. This feud. You're tearing the family apart. Jake stepped forward. With all due respect, Mrs. H., Maureen started this. And I'm finishing it, I added. My mother sank into a chair. By destroying your sister's company? I'm not destroying anything. I'm building something important. Why can't you see that? Because all I see are my daughters trying to hurt each other. The office fell silent except for the persistent ringing of phones. Mrs. Harrison, Yvette said gently, your daughters are both adults in a competitive industry. This isn't personal, it's business. Everything's personal with Maureen, I muttered. As if summoned by her name, my sister appeared in the doorway. Her designer suit was immaculate, but her eyes were hard. Well, well, she said, stepping inside. Quite an upgrade from the garage. How did you get past security? Jake demanded. I told them I was here to support my sister. Maureen's smile was razor sharp. Family first, right, Mom? Our mother looked between us helplessly. What do you want, Maureen? I asked, checking my watch. The press conference was in 40 minutes. I want to offer you a deal. She pulled out a folder. Standard Corp is willing to acquire your company. Very generous terms. I laughed. You're kidding. Think about it, Rosie. You get a nice payout, a cushy executive position, and most importantly, she glanced at our mother, family peace. You mean you get to save face and absorb your competition? I mean, I'm trying to protect you. Maureen's composure cracked. You have no idea what's coming. The scrutiny, the pressure, the sharks circling. Like you're circling right now? Ladies, our mother pleaded. Please, face it, Maureen, I said, standing straighter. You're not here to protect me. You're here because for the first time in your life, you're scared of me. Her eyes flashed. Scared? Of what? Your little science project? Please, I'm trying to save you from embarrassing yourself. No, Yvette cut in. You're trying to save yourself. Standard Corp's stock dropped another 5% this morning. Your board must be loving that. Maureen's hand tightened on the folder. This offer expires in 24 hours. So does your credibility if you don't turn things around, I replied. Must be tough, having your perfect image crack in front of everyone. At least I built my success honestly, instead of manipulating family events for publicity. Honestly, I stepped closer. Should we talk about how you got your first promotion? Or why Dad's friend suddenly invested in your department? Stop it. Our mother stood up, tears in her eyes. Both of you, just stop. Rosalind, Jake called from the door. We need to leave for the press conference. Maureen straightened her jacket. This isn't over. No, I agreed, gathering my things. It's just beginning. As we headed for the elevator, our mother called after us. Your father and I are calling a family meeting, tonight. Both of you need to be there. Maureen and I exchanged glances. For the first time since childhood, we shared the same thought. This wasn't going to end well. But as the elevator doors closed between us, I knew there was no going back. The time for playing nice was over. The family meeting was set for 7 p.m. at my parents' house. I arrived 10 minutes early to find Maureen's luxury SUV already parked in the driveway. Of course, she'd want to get there first, set the stage like always. Inside, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. My father sat in his favorite armchair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Mom was stress baking. The kitchen counter was covered with cookies nobody would eat. "Sit down, both of you," Dad said, his voice tired. Maureen and I took seats on opposite ends of the couch. "Would anyone like coffee?" Mom called from the kitchen. "Mom, please just sit down," I said. "Let's get this over with." She emerged, wiping her hands on her apron. "Over with? This is your family, Rosalind, not some business meeting." "Could have fooled me," Maureen muttered. Dad leaned forward. "Your mother and I have been talking. This competition between you two, it's gone too far." "Competition?" I laughed. "Is that what you call Maureen trying to sabotage my company?" "Sabotage?" Maureen sat up straight. "I offered to save you from yourself." "By trying to steal my company?" "Girls!" Mom's voice cracked. "This is exactly what we're talking about. What happened to the sisters who used to share everything?" "She happened," Maureen pointed at me. "Little Miss Perfect, always playing the victim while scheming behind everyone's back." "Me?" I stood up. "You're the one who's been undermining me my entire life. Remember my college graduation? You announced your engagement during my party." "That wasn't intentional." "Just like it wasn't intentional when you told my first investor I was emotionally unstable." The room fell silent. My parents exchanged shocked looks. "You did what?" Dad asked Maureen. She shifted uncomfortably. "I was protecting him from making a bad investment." "No," I said, "you were protecting yourself. Just like always. Heaven forbid anyone else in the family succeed." "Succeed?" Maureen stood too. "You want to talk about success? I worked my ass off to get where I am. Nobody handed me anything except Dad's connections, Mom's praise, and everyone's constant attention." "Stop!" Mom was crying now. "Please, just stop." Dad cleared his throat. We need to acknowledge our part in this." "What?" Maureen and I said simultaneously. "Your mother and I," he continued, "we may have contributed to this rivalry." "May have?" I sat back down. "You compared us at every turn. Grades, sports, careers. We were trying to motivate you," Mom said weakly. "To what? Hate each other?" Maureen's voice was bitter. "Mission accomplished." "I don't hate you," I said quietly. I just wanted you to see me. Really see me, not just as your failing little sister." Something flickered in Maureen's eyes. "I see you," she said. "I see how everyone's suddenly acting like you're some brilliant innovator when I know it's just a matter of time before—" "Before what? Before I prove you right? Before I fail? Before you realize what it really costs?" Maureen's voice broke. "Do you think I enjoy being this person? The one everyone expects to be perfect all the time?" The room grew quiet again, but different this time. Heavier. "I never wanted to be perfect," I said. "I just wanted to be enough." Mom started sobbing. Dad got up to comfort her. "You were always enough," he said, looking at both of us. "Both of you. We didn't know how to show it." Maureen's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, and her face went pale. "What is it?" I asked, despite myself. "Board meeting tomorrow morning, emergency session." She looked up at me. "They're voting on my position." For a moment, I saw past the perfect exterior to the scared sister underneath, the one who used to let me crawl into her bed during thunderstorms. I hesitated. "I could release a statement about our companies exploring collaboration opportunities." Maureen stared at me. "You'd do that?" "On one condition," I said. "You stop trying to undermine me, publicly or privately." She was quiet for a long moment. "The board wants blood. They'll see it as weakness if I don't fight back. Or they'll see it as strategic thinking," Dad suggested. Two sisters combining their strengths instead of tearing each other down. Mom had stopped crying. Does this mean? It means we're trying, I said, looking at Maureen. Right? She nodded slowly. Trying. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't even close to resolved. But as we sat there in our parents' living room, surrounded by the smell of stress-baked cookies, something shifted. Maybe, just maybe, there was room for two successful sisters in this family after all. 2 weeks after the family meeting, I sat in my office staring at an email that made my blood run cold. Our latest product test had failed spectacularly, and worse, the data had leaked to the press. My phone rang. It was Maureen. "Have you seen the headlines?" she asked, skipping the greeting. "Yeah." I refreshed my browser. The story was everywhere. Green tech startups, revolutionary products shows fatal flaws. Your stock options are going to tank when the market opens. We're not public yet, I reminded her. No, but Delgado Ventures is, and they're heavily invested in you. She paused. The board meeting didn't go well, did it? I glanced at the conference room where Leandro had just finished reaming out my entire team. Could say that. Jake burst in without knocking. Reuters is on line 1. What do you want me to tell them? Nothing yet. I turned back to the phone. Maureen, I have to. Don't say anything to the press. She cut in. Come to my office, now. What? Why? Because I've been through this before, and you need help. 20 minutes later, I sat across from Maureen in her corner office, watching her pace. First rule of crisis management, she said. Never let them see you sweat. Easy for you to say. Your career isn't imploding. No? She laughed bitterly. Remember that merger I mentioned at Mom and Dad's party? It failed because I rushed due diligence. Cost the company millions. I never knew that. Because I managed the narrative. She sat down. Show me the test results. I handed her my laptop. As she read, her frown deepened. This isn't as bad as they're making it sound, she said finally. Tell that to Leandro. He's talking about pulling his investment. He won't. She started typing. But we need to get ahead of this story. We? Yes, we. I meant what I said at the family meeting. She turned the laptop around. Look at this. She'd drafted a joint press release announcing a partnership between our companies to enhance the technology's safety features. You do that? I asked. Put your company's reputation on the line for me? I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because it's smart business. But her slight smile suggested otherwise. My phone buzzed. Yvette. The vultures are circling, she said when I answered. 3 companies just made lowball acquisition offers. Including Standard Corp? I asked, eyeing Maureen. No, Yvette sounded surprised. They're the only major player who hasn't tried to capitalize on this. Maureen pretended to be absorbed in her computer. Listen, Yvette continued, we need to call an emergency board meeting. This could get ugly. After hanging up, I slumped in my chair. Maybe I am in over my head. Of course you are, Maureen said. Everyone is at first. The difference is whether you sink or swim. Says the person who never struggled with anything. She stopped typing. You really believe that? Come on, Maureen. Everything always came easy to you. Easy? She stood up and walked to her window. You want to know why I announced my engagement at your graduation? Because you're self-centered? Because I was terrified. She turned to face me. You were graduating with honors, starting your own company, following your dreams. I was stuck in a job I hated, engaged to a man I wasn't sure about, trying to live up to everyone's expectations. But you were already successful. I was surviving. There's a difference. She returned to her desk. Now, are we going to fix this mess or what? Before I could answer, Jake called. Roz, you need to see this. Someone just leaked internal emails about the product tests. My stomach dropped. How bad? Bad enough that Leandro's board is calling for an emergency session. Maureen was already grabbing her coat. "Where's the meeting?" "You're not coming," I said. "The hell I'm not. You need someone who speaks corporate shark." As we rode the elevator to her parking garage, she turned to me. "You know this might not work, right? We might both go down in flames. Why are you really helping me?" She was quiet for a moment. "Because watching you fail won't make me feel successful anymore. And maybe it's time we both succeeded." Her phone buzzed, a news alert. The market had opened and Delgado Ventures stock was already dropping. "Ready to face the sharks?" she asked. I took a deep breath. Ready to face them together. For the first time in years, my sister and I were on the same side. Now, we just had to hope it wasn't too late for both of us. The Delgado Ventures boardroom felt like a courtroom, with Leandro's board members sitting in judgment. Maureen and I sat side by side, facing them. "This partnership announcement," one board member said, waving the press release, "it feels desperate." "It's strategic," Maureen countered. "Standard Corp's engineering team has identified the source of the testing anomaly." I pulled up the technical analysis on the screen. "The problem isn't with the core technology, it's with the testing parameters we used." "Which my team can help fix," Maureen added. "We've done similar implementations on a larger scale. Leandro studied us both. And we're supposed to believe this sudden sisterly cooperation isn't just damage control?" "Actually," I said, "it's something that should have happened long ago." I glanced at Maureen. Sometimes the best partnerships come from unexpected places. "Speaking of partnerships," another board member cut in, "Standard Corp's stock rose 3% after your announcement. Quite convenient." Maureen straightened. "If you're implying this is market manipulation—" "We're implying nothing," Leandro interrupted. "We're stating it directly." "Then let me be direct too," I said, standing up. "Yes, my sister and I have had our differences. Yes, this partnership might seem convenient, but look at the numbers." I switched to the next slide, showing the potential market impact of our combined approach. "Together, we can roll this out twice as fast, with better safety protocols and established distribution channels. Or," I paused, "you can pull your investment, watch both our companies suffer, and miss out on what could be the biggest green tech innovation of the decade." The room fell silent. Maureen stood up beside me. "My sister built something revolutionary," she said. "I was too proud to see it before, but I'm seeing it now, and so is the market." My phone buzzed. A message from Jake. "Turn on CNBC now." I grabbed the remote and switched on the boardroom TV. A major tech news anchor was speaking. "In an unprecedented move, Standard Corp and their former rival have announced a joint venture that industry experts are calling a game changer in sustainable energy." The stock tickers showed both Delgado Ventures and Standard Corp trending upward. "Well," Leandro said, a slight smile playing at his lips, "it seems the market has spoken." The board voted to maintain their investment, with additional funding for the joint venture. As we left the boardroom, Maureen grabbed my arm. "We did it," she whispered. "We did it right," I corrected. Our parents were waiting in the lobby. Mom was crying again, but this time they were happy tears. "My girls," she said, hugging us both, "working together instead of against each other." Dad just stood there beaming. "I always knew—" "Don't," Maureen and I said together, then laughed. Jake and Yvette appeared with champagne. "Sorry to crash the family moment," Yvette said, "but this calls for a celebration." As glasses were passed around, I noticed Maureen staring at her phone. "Everything okay?" "Better than okay." She showed me the screen, emails from major clients praising the partnership. "Turns out doing the right thing is good business." "Who knew?" I clinked my glass against hers. "I did," Yvette said. Why do you think I pushed you two together?" We all turned to stare at her. "Oh, please," she laughed. "You think it was coincidence that Leandro looked at both your companies? That the news broke during your parents' anniversary party? That your crisis aligned perfectly with a partnership opportunity?" "You planned this?" Maureen asked incredulously. "I planted seeds," Yvette corrected. "You two did the rest, eventually." Mom shook her head. "I don't know whether to thank you or scold you." "Thank her," I said, hugging Yvette. "Sometimes we need a push to see what's right in front of us." "Speaking of which," Maureen said, pulling out a folder, "I have some ideas for our first joint project." "Already? We just finished the board meeting." "Time waits for no one, little sister." But her smile was warm. "Ready to change the world?" I looked around at my family, not just my parents and sister, but Jake, Yvette, even Leandro joining our celebration. The people who believed in me, challenged me, pushed me to be better. "Ready," I said, taking the folder, "but this time, let's change it together." As we gathered around to look at Maureen's proposals, I realized something. Success wasn't about proving myself to anyone. It was about becoming the person I was meant to be. And sometimes that person needed both rivalry and reconciliation to emerge. The revenge I'd sought had transformed into something better, redemption for both of us, and that was worth more than any business deal.
The first thing I noticed when I walked through my front door wasn't the lingering smell of antiseptic still clinging to my skin, or even the dull ache from my surgery site. It was the unfamiliar designer purse sitting on my entryway table, right next to the family photos I'd carefully arranged over the years. I'm Hope, and this is the story of how I dismantled my husband's entire life in exactly 37 days. "Honey, you're home early," Melvin's voice carried from the kitchen, tinged with something I'd never heard before: panic. "The doctor said you'd be in until tomorrow." "They cleared me for home recovery," I called back, my fingers trailing over the smooth leather of the stranger's purse. Guess I'm healing faster than expected. The sound of hurried whispers and shuffling feet made my stomach clench. I'd spent 15 years of marriage learning Melvin's patterns, his tells, his lies. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. She emerged from my kitchen wearing my favorite apron, the one my mother had given me for Christmas. Young, gorgeous, and completely unapologetic. "Hi, I'm Skylar. Melvin's told me so much about you." My hand gripped the doorframe until my knuckles turned white. "Funny, he's never mentioned you." Melvin appeared behind her, his face flushed. "Hope, let me explain. Skylar's been helping around the house while you've been indisposed. I didn't want you to worry about things while recovering." "Things?" I echoed, watching as Skylar's hand settled possessively on my husband's arm. "The cooking, the cleaning," Skylar chirped, as if this was the most natural situation in the world. "Melvin mentioned you're usually so busy with work. I thought I could help ease the burden." I forced a smile, years of corporate negotiations finally proving useful in my personal life. "How thoughtful. And where exactly did you two meet?" "At the gym." Melvin cut in quickly. "She's a personal trainer." Of course she was. I glanced at her perfectly toned body, then down at my own hospital gown-creased clothes. "Well, isn't that convenient?" My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Faith. "Made it home okay? Call me." "I should get settled in," I said, starting toward the stairs. "Doctor's orders, lots of rest." "Let me help you." Melvin moved toward me, but I held up a hand. "I've got it. You two seem busy." In our bedroom, my bedroom, I noticed the changes immediately. Her clothes in my closet, her toiletries on my vanity, the guest room sheets on our bed, because of course she'd been sleeping here. My hands shook as I dialed Faith's number. "Hope, are you okay?" Faith's voice was instant comfort. He moved her in. The words came out in a whisper. "While I was having surgery, my husband moved his mistress into our house. That son of a—" Faith's curse was cut short by my laugh, hollow and sharp. "Want to know the best part?" I found something this morning before checking out of the hospital. I was using Melvin's laptop to check our joint account and a notification popped up. There's another account, Faith. One I never knew about with regular transfers to Alan's private holdings. Alan? His business partner? The same. I moved to the window, watching as Skylar's red convertible sat in my driveway like a wound. I took pictures of everything before the notification disappeared. Whatever they're doing, it's not legal. And now what? I touched my surgery scar through my shirt, thinking of how Melvin hadn't even visited me in the hospital. How he'd been too busy with work to drive me there. How everything suddenly made terrible, perfect sense. Now I'm going to take everything from him, I said quietly. The house, the business, his reputation, everything. And I'm going to make him watch while I do it. Hope. Faith's voice was careful. Are you sure? Revenge isn't always... This isn't just revenge, I interrupted, watching as Melvin and Skylar shared a kiss in my kitchen window. This is justice. He didn't just betray our marriage, he's been betraying everything we built together. And I'm going to need your help. There was a pause. Then Faith sighed. I'm in. What's the plan? I smiled, remembering the business card Andy, my attorney, had slipped me during my last divorce consultation, the one Melvin didn't know about. First, we're going to need to make some calls, starting with a very interesting conversation with Alan's wife about some suspicious transactions. Downstairs, I could hear them laughing, probably thinking I was safely tucked away, nursing my wounds. They had no idea that while they were playing house, I was declaring war. Get some rest, Faith said. I'll be there first thing tomorrow. I hung up, my reflection in the window overlaying their embrace in the kitchen. Enjoy it while it lasts, I whispered, because this is just the beginning. Faith arrived early the next morning, armed with coffee and her signature no-nonsense attitude. She took one look at Skylar making smoothies in my kitchen and practically dragged me to the back patio. Okay, this is worse than I imagined, she whispered, sliding me a cup of real coffee, not the green juice Skylar had tried to force on me earlier. She's actually playing house in your house. Playing is the right word, I said, pulling out my phone. Look what I found when I went through Melvin's desk last night. I showed her the photos I'd taken of the account statements. Faith's eyes widened as she scrolled through them. Holy shit, Hope. These transfers, they're huge. And they're all going to offshore accounts? Through Alan's company first, I confirmed. I already sent everything to Andy. He's meeting us at his office in an hour. The patio door slid open and Skylar stepped out, all perky energy and fake concern. Hope, you shouldn't be out in this cold air after your surgery. Melvin specifically asked me to take care of you. I'm fine, I said, standing up. Actually, Faith is taking me to my follow-up appointment. Oh, I can drive you. No need, Faith cut in, her smile sharp enough to cut glass. I've got it covered. Andy's office was exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier divorce attorney. All leather and mahogany with a view of downtown that probably cost more than my car. He greeted us with a grim smile. These documents you sent, he said, getting straight to business. They're exactly what we needed, but we have to move carefully. One wrong step and they'll know we're coming. What's our first move? I asked, settling into one of his plush chairs. First, we document everything. Every interaction, every receipt, every time she sleeps in your bed. Second, we start tracking those transfers. I've got a forensic accountant friend who owes me a favor. Faith leaned forward. What about Alan? Could we use him? Andy's smile widened. Funny you should ask. His wife called my office this morning. Apparently, someone anonymous sent her some very interesting bank statements. I tried to hide my own smile. How unfortunate for him. Here's what we're going to do, Andy said, pulling out a legal pad. Hope, you're going to play the perfect unsuspecting wife. Let them think you're too focused on recovery to notice anything. Meanwhile, we'll start gathering evidence. Faith, I need you to be her eyes and ears when she can't be there. Done, Faith said without hesitation. I can also talk to some people at the country club. Melvin's not exactly subtle. There might be others who've noticed things. Perfect. Andy turned to me. And Hope, I know this will be hard, but you need to stay calm no matter what they do. The moment they suspect something, this all falls apart. I thought about Skylar wearing my clothes, sleeping in my bed, using my things. I can handle it. There's one more thing, Andy said, his expression serious. These financial records, this isn't just about divorce anymore. This is fraud, possibly money laundering. When we move, it has to be all at once. They can't have time to hide the money or destroy evidence. How long? I asked. Give me 2 weeks to get everything in order. Use that time to gather what you can. And Hope? He caught my eye. Don't let them see you coming. Back in the car, Faith gripped the steering wheel tight. Can you really do this? Live with them, pretend everything's okay? I watched the city scroll past the window. You know what Melvin said to me this morning? He said he was trying to make this easier for me. Like moving his mistress into our home while I was having surgery was some kind of favor. Bastard. The thing is, I continued, he actually believes it. He thinks I'm so weak, so dependent on him, that I'll accept anything to keep our marriage. He has no idea who I really am. Faith reached over and squeezed my hand. Show him. When we pulled up to my house, Skylar's car was gone, but there was a strange man leaving through the front door. He looked familiar, one of Alan's accountants, I realized. Looks like they're already scrambling, Faith observed. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Alan. Good. Let them scramble. You're scary when you're plotting revenge, you know that? I thought about the years I'd spent building a life with Melvin, all while he was building something else behind my back. I'm not plotting revenge, I said, opening the car door. I'm delivering justice. There's a difference. And what's the difference? I smiled, thinking of the evidence safely stored in Andy's office. Revenge is emotional. Justice is strategic. And I'm very, very good at strategy. The confrontation with Skylar happened on a Tuesday afternoon, exactly 9 days into my surveillance operation. I'd been documenting everything meticulously. Photos, videos, conversations recorded on my phone, when she cornered me in the laundry room. We need to talk, she said, blocking the doorway. About your snooping. I continued folding laundry, careful to keep my voice neutral. I live here. It's not snooping. I saw you in Melvin's office last night, going through his desk. She crossed her arms, trying to look intimidating. He won't like that. Interesting. I set down the towel I was folding. Are you going to tell him? Because I have some things to tell him too. Like how you've been meeting Alan at the Riverside Hotel every Thursday. Her face went pale. How did you... Or maybe we should discuss those interesting phone calls you've been making to his competitor's office. I pulled out my phone, showing her the call log I'd obtained. 4 calls last week alone. Melvin might be interested in that. You're bluffing. Try me. I stepped closer. You're not the only one who can play games, Skylar. The difference is, I'm better at them. She grabbed my arm. Listen, you bitter old... The sound of the front door opening cut her off. Faith's voice rang through the house. Hope, you ready for lunch? I yanked my arm free, smiling as I noticed the red marks her fingers had left. Perfect. In here, Faith? Just documenting some interesting bruises from our house guest. Faith appeared in the doorway, phone already recording. Got it all on video, honey. Want me to send it to Andy now or later? Skylar backed away, her confidence evaporating. This isn't over. Actually, I said, it's just beginning. After she stormed out, Faith lowered her phone. That was beautiful, but she'll run straight to Melvin. I'm counting on it. I pulled out my own phone, sending a quick text to Andy. Because in about 10 minutes, Alan's wife is going to call Melvin about some very interesting credit card charges at the Riverside Hotel. Faith's eyes widened. You didn't. I did. And when Melvin confronts Alan, he'll mention Skylar's calls to their competitor. By dinner, they'll all be too busy suspecting each other to notice what we're really doing. Right on cue, my phone buzzed with a text from Andy. Alan's wife made the call. Stand by for fireworks. We didn't have to wait long. Within an hour, Melvin's car screeched into the driveway. He burst through the front door, face red with anger. "Skylar!" he shouted. "Get down here." I sat calmly at the kitchen island, pretending to read a magazine while Faith worked on her laptop nearby. Skylar descended the stairs, looking nervous. "What's this about you meeting Alan?" Melvin demanded. What? Who told you that?" "His wife just called me. Said you've been meeting him at hotels, making calls to our competitors." He turned, finally noticing me. "Did you know about this?" I looked up innocently. "Know about what?" "I've been focusing on my recovery, remember? Like you wanted." The front door opened again and Alan stormed in. "Melvin, we need to talk. Now." "About how you've been sleeping with my girlfriend?" "About how your girlfriend's been selling our information to Jackson Industries." I caught Faith's eye across the kitchen. She was still recording everything, trying not to smile. "That's ridiculous," Skylar protested. "Melvin, he's lying. Then explain these." Alan threw down a stack of phone records. "And the hotel receipts." As they argued, I quietly slipped upstairs to Melvin's office. With everyone distracted, it was the perfect time to grab the final piece of evidence we needed, his external hard drive. I found it exactly where Faith's friend from IT said it would be, hidden in a false bottom drawer. When I returned downstairs, the argument had escalated. Skylar was crying, Melvin was shouting, and Alan was threatening to dissolve their partnership. "Maybe," I suggested quietly. "You should all take this somewhere else. The neighbors might hear." They left in separate cars, Skylar trailing after Melvin despite his obvious fury. As soon as they were gone, Faith burst out laughing. "That was incredible. Did you get it?" I held up the hard drive. Every transaction, every email, every dirty little secret. Andy's going to have a field day with this. "And they have no idea you orchestrated the whole thing." Faith shook her head in admiration. "You know they're going to destroy each other trying to figure out who's betraying who." I connected the hard drive to Faith's laptop, watching as years of fraudulent transactions appeared on the screen. That's the beauty of karma. Sometimes it just needs a little push in the right direction. What's next? I thought about the divorce papers sitting in Andy's office, ready to be served. Now we let them tear each other apart. By the time I make my move, there won't be anything left to fight over. My mother always had impeccable timing. She showed up unannounced the morning after the confrontation, taking one look at Skylar making breakfast in my kitchen before turning to me with fire in her eyes. "Hope Elizabeth, what in God's name is going on here?" "Mom," I started, but she was already advancing on Skylar. "Who exactly are you, and why are you in my daughter's kitchen?" Skylar's spatula clattered against the stove. I'm a friend of Melvin's." "A friend?" My mother's voice could have frozen hell. "The kind of friend who wears my daughter's wedding anniversary necklace?" I looked closer. Sure enough, Skylar was wearing the diamond pendant Melvin had given me for our 10th anniversary. The sight made my blood boil, but I kept my face neutral. "Mom, let's talk outside." On the back patio, my mother gripped her handbag like she was considering using it as a weapon. "Tell me everything. Now." So I did. The surgery, the betrayal, the financial fraud, everything except my plan for revenge. But my mother, sharp as ever, saw right through me. "You're planning something," she said. "I know that look. It's the same one you had before you took down that corrupt CEO at your old firm." Before I could respond, my phone buzzed with a text from Andy. "Meeting in 20. Urgent news about Alan." "Mom, I'm coming with you." Her tone left no room for argument. "And on the way, you're going to tell me what you're really up to." At Andy's office, Faith was already waiting with a thick folder of documents. Her eyes widened when she saw my mother. "Mrs. Reynolds, I didn't expect—" "Angela, please," my mother interrupted. "Now, what's this about Melvin's business partner?" Andy cleared his throat. "Actually, this might be helpful. Mrs. Reynolds, Angela, Do you remember a company called Pacific Ridge Investments from about 20 years ago? My mother's face went pale. How do you know that name? It came up in our investigation of Melvin and Alan's finances. They seem to be using the same shell company structure. That's impossible, my mother whispered. Pacific Ridge was shut down after... She stopped, looking at me with horror. After what, Mom? She sank into a chair. After your father's death. He was investigating them. Said something wasn't right with their books. The night of the accident, he was meeting with someone about it. The room went silent. My father's car accident had always been attributed to bad weather and worse luck. But now... Andy, I said, my voice shaking. What exactly did you find? He spread out several documents. Pacific Ridge was officially dissolved in 2003, but the structure was maintained. New name, same players. And guess who was a junior accountant there at the time? Melvin, Faith breathed. He never told me he worked there, I said. He said his first job was at... He lied, my mother cut in, because he knew I would recognize the name. Your father. She took a deep breath. The night he died, he said he was meeting with a young accountant who wanted to blow the whistle. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Are you saying Melvin was involved in... We can't prove anything about the accident, Andy said quickly. But we can prove he was there, that he knew your father, and that he's been running the same scheme for 20 years. Faith reached for my hand. Hope. Show me everything, I demanded. Every document, every connection. As Andy and Faith laid out the evidence, my mother sat quietly, tears rolling down her cheeks. 20 years of believing my father's death was an accident, and all this time... I want him destroyed, I said finally. Not just divorced, not just exposed. Destroyed. Hope. My mother touched my arm. Revenge won't bring your father back. This isn't just revenge anymore, Mom. This is about justice. For Dad, for us, for everyone they've hurt. I turned to Andy. How soon can we move? Give me 2 days to compile everything. But Hope, if we do this, there's no going back. This goes beyond fraud charges. This could implicate people in your father's death. Good. I stood up, my decision made. Let's give them exactly what they deserve. Back home, Skylar was still in my kitchen, still wearing my necklace. She smiled nervously at my mother. I made lunch if you'd like. My mother walked past her without a word, heading upstairs. I stayed behind, looking at the woman who had unknowingly inserted herself into a decades-old web of lies and murder. That necklace looks lovely on you, I said softly. Enjoy it while you can. Everything's about to change. The confusion on her face would have been comical if the situation weren't so tragic. She had no idea she was just a pawn in a game that started long before she met Melvin. A game that was finally coming to an end. The cracks in Melvin's carefully constructed world started showing at breakfast. His hands shook as he read something on his phone, coffee sloshing over the rim of his cup. Everything okay, honey? I asked, watching him from behind my own phone where I was recording everything. Fine, he snapped. Just business. Skylar reached for his phone. Let me see. He yanked it away. Don't touch my phone. The doorbell rang before she could respond. Alan stood on our doorstep, looking like he hadn't slept in days. We need to talk, he said to Melvin. Privately. I stood up. Use the study. I was just leaving anyway. But instead of leaving, I went to the guest room where Faith had helped me install a small recording device the day before. Through my earphones, I could hear everything. They're asking questions about Pacific Ridge. Alan's voice crackled through. About what happened in '03. That's impossible. We buried that years ago. Well, someone's digging, and they're asking about Thomas. My father's name. My hands clenched into fists. It was an accident, Melvin insisted. Everyone knew that. Was it? Alan's voice rose. Because I've spent 20 years wondering if you actually... Shut up. Something slammed. Probably Melvin's fist on the desk. No one can prove anything. Someone's already proving it. The SEC called this morning. They're auditing everything, Melvin. Everything. A pause, then Melvin spoke quietly. We need to clean house. All the records, all the accounts. It's too late. They've frozen everything. My phone buzzed. A text from Andy. SEC raid happening now at their office. Stay clear. I smiled, remembering how eager the SEC investigators had been when we brought them the evidence. 20 years of fraud tends to get their attention. The study door burst open. I quickly ducked into the bathroom as Alan stormed past, face red with fury. This isn't over, Melvin. I waited until he left before heading downstairs. Skylar was pacing in the kitchen. What's happening? She demanded. Why was Alan so angry? Maybe you should ask Melvin, I suggested. Or better yet, ask him about Pacific Ridge investments. Her eyes narrowed. What's Pacific Ridge? The company where my father caught them cooking the books 20 years ago, right before his convenient accident. The color drained from her face. What are you talking about? Ask Melvin. I'm sure he'll tell you all about it, or... I pulled out a business card. You could talk to the SEC investigators. They're very interested in hearing from anyone involved. She snatched the card. You're lying. Melvin would never... $5 million. I cut in. That's how much they embezzled through Pacific Ridge before my father caught them. Want to guess how much they've taken since then? The front door slammed again. Melvin rushing out to his car. Skylar ran after him, calling his name, but he drove away without looking back. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Faith. Turn on the news, now. I flipped on the kitchen TV just as Skylar came back inside. The headline scrolled across the bottom. Major financial fraud uncovered. Local business partners under investigation. Oh my God, Skylar whispered. The investigation centers around a decades-old cold case. The reporter was saying. Sources say new evidence has emerged linking the death of prominent accountant Thomas Reynolds to an ongoing fraud scheme. Skylar turned to me, realization dawning. Reynolds, that's my father. Yes. I watched her face as everything clicked into place. Still think Melvin's your ticket to a comfortable life? I didn't know, she said weakly, about any of this. No, you didn't. You were just the convenient distraction while they tried to hide their tracks. But here's the thing about tracks, Skylar. They always lead somewhere. My phone buzzed one more time. Andy. Alan's asking to make a deal. Says he'll tell everything. You should pack, I told Skylar. The FBI will be here soon with search warrants. And I'd leave that necklace. It's evidence now. She reached up to touch the diamond pendant, tears in her eyes. What have I gotten myself into? The wrong side of history, I said, turning back to the TV where Melvin's company logo was being splashed across the screen. But don't worry, you're just a footnote in this story. As she ran upstairs to pack, I sent a group text to Faith, Andy, and my mother. It's happening. Alan's cracking, Melvin's running. Time for phase 2. Faith responded instantly. Ready when you are. Let's finish this. I touched my father's picture on the wall, remembering his smile, his laugh, his unwavering sense of justice. We're almost there, Dad, I whispered. Almost there. The FBI agents were thorough, I'll give them that. They went through every room, every drawer, every file in our house. I sat in the living room with Agent Sarah, watching as they cataloged evidence. Mrs. Ward, she said, we found something interesting in the basement safe. She handed me a manila envelope. Inside were photos. Old ones from before I met Melvin. One showed him with my father, both younger, both smiling at some office party. The date stamp read 3 days before my father's death. He knew, I whispered. He knew exactly who I was when he met me. Agent Sarah leaned forward. That's not all we found. A second envelope contained documents, insurance policies, death benefits, all with my father's name. And behind them, handwritten notes detailing exactly how to make a car accident look natural. My phone rang. Andy. Hope? Alan's talking. He's telling them everything. How bad? Bad. He says Melvin planned it all. Your father was going to expose them, so Melvin... He paused. He tampered with the brakes. The room spun. Agent Sarah steadied me with a hand on my shoulder. We need you to come down to the station, she said gently. There are some questions. The front door burst open. Melvin stood there, wild-eyed and desperate. Hope. He stumbled forward. Whatever they're saying, it's lies. Alan's trying to frame me. Two agents moved to block him, but I held up my hand. Let him speak. I want to hear this. Baby, please. He tried to approach, but Agent Sarah stepped between us. I loved your father. He was my mentor. I would never... Funny, I said, holding up the photos. You never mentioned knowing him. Not once in 15 years of marriage. His face went pale. Where did you get those? The same place I got these. I spread out the handwritten notes. Your handwriting hasn't changed much in 20 years, has it? Those aren't... I can explain. Explain what? My voice rose. How you murdered my father? How you married me to keep an eye on his family? How you've been running the same scam he died trying to expose? I did it for us, he shouted. Everything I did was to give us a better life. Mr. Ward, Agent Sarah cut in. I'm placing you under arrest. As they read him his rights, my phone buzzed with texts. Faith. Just watch them arrest Alan at his office. Mom. The FBI found more files at their storage unit. It's over. Andy. Divorce papers are ready. Say the word. Melvin struggled against the handcuffs. Hope, please, you can't do this to me. I walked over to him, calm and steady. I didn't do this to you, Melvin. You did this to yourself. 20 years ago, when you chose money over my father's life. 15 years ago, when you married me to cover your tracks. And 2 weeks ago, when you moved your mistress into our home, thinking I was too weak to fight back. You planned this? He realized, horror dawning on his face. All of it. Justice comes in many forms, I said, thinking of my father. Sometimes it takes 20 years and a daughter's determination. As they led him away, Skylar appeared at the top of the stairs, suitcase in hand. Is it true? She asked. Did he really kill your father? Ask him yourself. I'm sure the FBI will let you visit him in prison. She hurried past the agents, pausing at the door. I really didn't know. I believe you, I said. That's why I made sure the SEC knows you were just another victim of his manipulation. You should be clear of any charges. Tears filled her eyes. Thank you. After everyone left, Faith and my mother arrived. The house felt empty, cleaned out by the FBI, but somehow lighter. So, Faith said, pulling out a bottle of wine, how does it feel to take down a 20-year-old criminal enterprise? Like justice, my mother answered for me, touching my father's picture. Pure justice. Andy called again. Hope, you need to see this. Alan's confession. He's naming names. Judges, politicians, everyone who helped cover it up. This is bigger than we thought. Good, I said, thinking of all the families who lost money to their schemes. Let it all come out. The divorce papers, he continued. Should I file them now? I looked around at my empty house, finally free of lies and secrets. Yes, it's time. Faith raised her wine glass. To Hope, the woman who brought down an empire. No, my mother corrected, raising her own glass. To Thomas, who raised a daughter strong enough to finish what he started. I thought of Melvin in handcuffs, of Alan's confession, of 20 years of lies finally exposed to the light. To justice, I said. However long it takes. The sun was setting outside, painting the sky the same orange it had been the day my father died. But this time the color didn't bring pain. It brought peace. The courtroom was packed for Melvin's arraignment. I sat between Faith and my mother in the front row, watching as they led him in wearing an orange jumpsuit, a far cry from his usual designer suits. All rise, the bailiff called. As the charges were read, first-degree murder, conspiracy, fraud, money laundering, Melvin kept looking back at me, his eyes pleading. I stared straight ahead. "How does the defendant plead?" the judge asked. "Not guilty, Your Honor," Melvin's lawyer responded. A commotion erupted at the courtroom doors. Alan was being led in by his own set of guards, his lawyer rushing behind him. "Your Honor," Alan's lawyer called out, "my client wishes to change his plea agreement. He has additional information about the murder of Thomas Reynolds." Melvin jumped up. "You lying bastard." "Order!" The judge slammed her gavel. "Mr. Ward, control yourself or you'll be removed." Alan was brought to the front. He looked directly at me as he spoke. 20 years ago, Melvin Ward orchestrated the death of Thomas Reynolds. I helped cover it up, and I have proof." "Objection," Melvin's lawyer shouted. "Save it for trial," the judge said. "Mr. Peters, you understand that by making this statement, you're admitting to conspiracy after the fact?" "Yes, Your Honor." Alan pulled out a USB drive. "This contains everything. Security footage from that night, original documents, recordings of conversations over the years. I kept it all as insurance." Melvin lunged at him, breaking free from his guards. "I'll kill you." The courtroom erupted in chaos. Guards tackled Melvin as he reached for Alan's throat. My mother gripped my hand as Faith filmed everything on her phone. "Take them both into custody," the judge ordered, "and get that evidence to the DA immediately." Outside the courtroom, reporters swarmed us. Andy appeared, creating a path through the crowd. "Hope, is it true your husband killed your father? Did you know when you married him? Was this a revenge plot all along?" Andy guided us to a private room. "The DA wants to talk to you. With Alan's evidence and Melvin's outburst in court, they're pushing for maximum sentences." "Good," my mother said firmly. "Let them rot." My phone buzzed. A text from Skylar. "Saw the news. Meeting with FBI tomorrow. We'll tell them everything I know about the offshore accounts." "Smart girl," Faith commented, reading over my shoulder. Finally picked the right side. The DA entered, carrying a thick folder. "Mrs. Ward, we've reviewed the new evidence. The security footage clearly shows Melvin tampering with your father's car. With this and Alan's testimony, he'll never get out," Andy finished. "Neither of them will." "There's more," the DA continued. "The financial records implicate several prominent figures. Judges, politicians, business leaders. This could bring down half the city's elite." "Do it," I said. "Every last one of them." Later that evening, we gathered at my mother's house. The news was playing footage from the courtroom, showing Melvin's attack on Alan on repeat. "Look at this," Faith said, scrolling through her phone. "Your story's gone viral. Justice for Thomas is trending." "People love a good revenge story," Andy commented, pouring more wine. "Especially when the bad guys actually get what they deserve." My mother brought out an old photo album. "I found this today. Your father's last family photo. The picture showed all three of us at a park, laughing at something off camera. I was 12, gap-toothed and happy, not knowing it would be our last photo together." "He'd be proud," my mother said softly. "Not just of the justice, but of the woman you've become." A breaking news alert flashed on TV. Breaking: additional arrests made in Reynolds' murder case. Former Judge Marcus and Police Commissioner Stevens taken into custody. "The dominoes are falling," Andy said. "Once Alan started talking, everyone's rushing to make deals." Faith raised her glass. "To the power of karma." "And patience," my mother added. "And evidence," Andy chimed in with a smirk. I thought about Melvin in his cell, probably realizing his entire world was crumbling. About Alan spilling decades of secrets. About all the corrupt power players watching their empires collapse. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from Agent Sarah. "Found the missing millions. Every penny accounted for. Ready to discuss restitution tomorrow?" I showed the message to Andy, who grinned. "Perfect timing. The divorce hearing is tomorrow, too." "So what's next?" Faith asked. I looked at my father's photo, then at the TV showing Melvin's meltdown in court, and finally at the family surrounding me. The real family who'd helped bring justice after 20 years. Next, I said, we make sure everyone who helped cover up my father's murder faces consequences. Then we use the restitution money to set up a foundation in his name, helping expose corporate fraud and protecting whistleblowers. He would have loved that, my mother whispered. Outside, reporters were still camped on the lawn, waiting for statements. But in here, surrounded by truth and justice at last, I finally felt at peace. The gavel struck with finality as the judge delivered Melvin's sentence. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. I sat perfectly still, watching my ex-husband's shoulders slump as the reality hit him. Alan had already received his 20-year sentence last week for his role as an accessory. "Hope!" Melvin called out as they led him away. "Please." I stood up, finally ready to speak the words I'd held back for months. "My father begged too, didn't he? Right before you killed him?" His face crumpled. For the first time, I saw real remorse in his eyes. "I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry." "Save it for your prison counselor." Outside the courthouse, Faith handed me a tablet showing the morning's headlines. Corporate fraud ring dismantled, 32 prominent figures indicted. Below that, Thomas Reynolds Foundation launches whistleblower protection program. "The first case just came in," Faith said. "Another accounting firm, similar pattern of fraud." "Send it to Andy," I replied. "And call Agent Sarah. She'll want to—" "Hope!" A familiar voice cut through the crowd. Skylar pushed through the reporters, clutching a folder. "I found something else. In one of Melvin's old storage units." She handed me the folder with shaking hands. Inside were letters, dozens of them, all written by my father in the weeks before his death. Letters documenting everything he'd discovered, addressed to the SEC but never sent. "He was going to expose everything," I said softly. "Not just the fraud, but the whole network. There's more." Skylar pulled out a final letter, this one addressed to me. "He wrote this the day he died." My mother appeared at my side as I opened it. The paper was aged, but his handwriting was clear. "My dearest Hope, if you're reading this, something has gone wrong. I've discovered things that powerful people want to keep hidden. But remember what I always told you. Truth finds a way. Stay strong, stay honest, and never let anyone make you feel powerless. All my love, Dad." "We did it, Dad," I whispered. "We found the way." Andy approached with more news. The restitution hearing just ended. The judge approved everything. Full recovery of all stolen funds plus damages. The foundation is fully funded. "And Melvin's offshore accounts?" Faith asked. "Seized. Every penny going to the victims." My mother squeezed my hand. Thomas would have loved this part best. The money going back to the people they stole from. A young reporter pushed forward. "Mrs. Ward, how does it feel to see justice served after 20 years? I thought about my answer carefully. Justice isn't just about punishment. It's about restoration, about making things right. "And what about the foundation?" Another called out. "Why focus on protecting whistleblowers?" "Because my father died trying to tell the truth. The foundation ensures no one else has to make that choice." Back at my mother's house, where it all started, Faith was setting up for the foundation's first board meeting. Skylar had agreed to testify against the remaining defendants in exchange for immunity and a position helping other whistleblowers come forward. "The first case looks solid," Andy said, reviewing files. "Similar pattern to what your father found. Hidden accounts, falsified records. But this time," Faith added, "they won't get away with it." Agent Sarah arrived with fresh evidence from the ongoing investigation. 3 more arrests this morning. The whole corrupt network is falling apart. I walked to my father's photo, now hanging prominently in the foundation's conference room. Next to it was a plaque with his favorite quote, "Truth finds a way." "You know what's ironic?" my mother said, joining me. "Melvin thought marrying you would protect his secrets. Instead, he gave you the perfect position to expose them all. Karma works in mysterious ways," Faith quipped. My phone buzzed. Another whistleblower coming forward, inspired by our story. Another chance to protect someone brave enough to speak up. Ready for the next case? Andy asked. I looked around the room at my unlikely team. Faith with her unwavering loyalty, Andy with his legal brilliance, Skylar with her insider knowledge, Agent Sarah with her dedication to justice, and my mother with her unshakable strength. You know what Dad would say. I smiled. Truth finds a way. Through us, my mother added. Through us, everyone echoed. Outside, the sun was setting on one chapter of our lives, but I wasn't sad. We had transformed a 20-year-old tragedy into a force for good, a way to protect others from suffering the same fate. The Foundation's phone rang again, another whistle ready to blow, another truth ready to find its way into the light. I picked up the receiver, ready to help write the next chapter of justice. Thomas Reynolds Foundation, I answered. How can we help you tell your truth?
I always thought betrayal would feel like a gunshot, sharp, sudden, unmistakable. Instead, it crept in through a crack in my office door on a Tuesday afternoon, carried by my husband's whispered words to his secretary. Anne's dead weight, Marissa. I've already talked to the lawyers. We'll file after the Johnson merger closes next month. My name is Anne, and that's how I discovered my 15-year marriage was over. Crouched behind my desk like a teenager, having returned early from lunch to grab my forgotten phone. What about the prenup? Marissa's voice was barely audible, but the eagerness in it made my stomach turn. Don't worry about that. Dylan's laugh, the same one that once made me weak in the knees at a college party, now felt like acid in my veins. She signed it thinking it protected both of us. Poor thing never had a head for business. I pressed my hand against my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. Through the crack, I could see them. Dylan's hand on Marissa's waist, her perfectly manicured fingers trailing down his tie. And the house? She asked. All mine. The trust paid for it. She'll be lucky to keep her car. He pulled her closer. I was thinking we could renovate once she's gone. That kitchen she loves so much, we'll gut it. The kitchen I'd spent months designing. The one where I'd hosted countless dinner parties, where I'd nursed Dylan through food poisoning, where I'd cried over 3 miscarriages while he held me. When will you tell her? Soon, but first, I need to move some accounts around. Can't have her getting suspicious. My phone buzzed in my pocket, my sister Bailey's name lighting up the screen. I declined the call, my hands shaking. You're sure about this? Marissa's voice had dropped to a purr. No second thoughts? Please, Anne's been living in a fantasy world since day one. She actually thought I married her for love. His chuckle felt like sandpaper on my skin. It was convenient at the time, the perfect wife image, you know? But I'm done playing house. The kiss that followed made me dig my nails into my palms until I felt skin break. 15 years reduced to playing house. They left shortly after, their footsteps fading down the hallway. I stayed frozen behind my desk, watching dust motes dance in the afternoon light until my phone buzzed again. Annie? Bailey's voice was concerned. You okay? You never ignore my calls. I opened my mouth to respond, but nothing came out. Anne, talk to me. Can you? I swallowed hard. Can you come over tonight? Don't tell anyone. What's wrong? Everything. I watched a drop of blood fall from my palm onto my cream-colored skirt. Everything's wrong. That evening, I sat in my beloved kitchen, mechanically stirring a cup of tea gone cold. Bailey perched on the counter, her face growing darker as I recounted what I'd overheard. That son of a bitch, she breathed. I'll kill him. No, I set down my spoon. I have a better idea. Anne, he thinks I'm stupid, naive, dead weight. I stood up, something hot and fierce, replacing the numbness in my chest. He's about to learn how wrong he is. What are you going to do? I walked to the window, watching Dylan's BMW pull into the driveway. Remember Gianna from college, the one who became a divorce attorney? The shark in heels. Yeah. I think it's time we caught up. I turned to face my sister, surprised to find my hands had stopped shaking. He wants to play games? Fine. But he forgot something important. What's that? I've been watching him play for 15 years. I deleted the text he'd just sent. Another lie about working late. I know all his moves. Bailey slipped off the counter, grabbing her purse. Want me to stay? No. I smiled, and it felt like baring teeth. I need to greet my husband. He's had such a long, hard day at the office. As Bailey left through the back door, I heard Dylan's key in the lock. Time to start my performance as the loving, naive wife. But behind my smile, my mind was already racing, cataloging every suspicious late night, every hidden phone call, every questionable business trip. He thought I was dead weight. He was about to discover just how heavy I could be. Honey, his voice called from the foyer. Are you home? In the kitchen, darling, I called back, my voice sweet as poison. I made your favorite dinner. The game was on, and this time I was playing to win. Gianna hadn't changed much since college. Same razor-sharp smile, same no-nonsense attitude. She listened without interrupting, as I laid out everything I'd overheard, her perfectly manicured nails tapping against her desk. Let me get this straight, she said, leaning forward. He's planning to blindside you with divorce papers after the Johnson merger, which is 3 weeks away. I handed her a stack of papers I'd gathered over the past week. But he's already moving money around. I've been tracking his accounts. She raised an eyebrow. How'd you manage that? 15 years of marriage means 15 years of passwords, PIN numbers, and security questions I helped him create. I pulled up my phone. Plus, he still uses our anniversary for everything. Ironic, right? Show me what you found. I pulled up screenshots of suspicious transfers. Small amounts at first, then larger sums moving between accounts I'd never seen before. Look at this one. I pointed to a transaction from 2 days ago. $500,000 to an offshore account. Gianna's eyes narrowed. Does the timing of these transfers correlate with anything? Funny you should ask. I pulled out a calendar where I'd marked dates in red. Every major transfer happened within 24 hours of him having dinner meetings with Marissa. You've done your homework, Gianna said approvingly. But we need more. Any chance you can access his office computer? I smiled. Already did, yesterday, while he was at lunch. I made air quotes with my fingers. Found some interesting emails between him and Marissa discussing their post-divorce plans. They're looking at houses in the Hamptons. With what money? Gianna's eyes glinted. Exactly. I pulled out one final document. And here's where it gets interesting. Remember that kitchen renovation he promised Marissa? He's planning to pay for it with money from the Johnson merger, money that technically belongs to his investors. Gianna whistled low. Securities fraud. That's federal territory. My phone buzzed. A text from Bailey. AD just picked up M at her apartment, heading north on Madison. Your sister's tailing them? Gianna asked, impressed. She borrowed her boyfriend's car. They won't recognize it. I checked my watch. They're probably headed to their usual hotel, the one he expenses as client meetings. Anne, Gianna set down the papers. You know, gathering evidence is one thing, but if you're right about the fraud, I know. I met her eyes. But he made his choice when he decided to treat me like an idiot. Now he gets to live with the consequences. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Dylan. Working late tonight, honey. Don't wait up. Got another question for you, Gianna said, watching me text back a loving reply. How are you holding it together, acting normal around him? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. You know what's funny? He's so convinced of my stupidity. He doesn't even notice I'm acting. I could probably serve him divorce papers over breakfast, and he'd still think I was asking what he wanted in his coffee. Speaking of coffee, Gianna reached for her phone. I'm calling in reinforcements. My forensic accountant owes me a favor. How much is all this going to cost? I asked, suddenly worried. Gianna's smile turned predatory. Oh, don't worry about that. When we're done, Dylan will be paying my bills. Now tell me more about these investor meetings he's been having. For the next hour, we pieced together a timeline of Dylan's activities. Every receipt, every email, every suspicious transaction formed another link in the chain I was building around him. My phone buzzed one more time. Bailey again. They're checking out. Want me to follow them back? No, I texted back. I've got what I need. One more thing, Gianna said, as I gathered my papers. We need to be strategic about timing. The moment he realizes everything changes. You ready for that? I thought about the morning's goodbye kiss, how he'd smiled and told me he loved me while probably thinking about Marissa. More than ready, I stood up, straightening my jacket. But first, I need to make a stop at the bank. There's a joint account I need to empty before any more money mysteriously disappears. That's my girl. Gianna walked me to the door. And Anne, remember, document everything, every conversation, every text, every time he's late. We're not just building a divorce case anymore. As I walked to my car, my phone lit up with another text from Dylan. Miss you, beautiful. Be home soon. I took a screenshot, added it to my evidence folder, and typed back, miss you too, darling. Dinner will be waiting. Let him think I was still his loving, naive wife. Soon enough, he'd learn just how expensive underestimating me would be. Sunday dinner at my parents' house had always been a tradition. But tonight it felt like walking into a minefield. Dylan's hand rested possessively on my lower back as we entered, his wedding ring catching the light, the same ring he'd taken off at the hotel with Marissa 3 days ago. There's my favorite couple. Mom rushed forward, pulling us both into a hug. Anne, honey, you've lost weight. Are you eating enough? She's been stressed about work, Dylan answered for me, his concern perfectly pitched. I keep telling her to take it easy. I caught Bailey's eye across the room. She was gripping her wine glass so tightly, I thought it might shatter. Well, come sit down, Dad called from his armchair. Dylan, how's that Johnson merger coming along? Actually, I cut in before Dylan could respond. I'd love to hear about that too, honey. You've been working so many late nights on it. A flicker of something, annoyance, worry, crossed his face before his smooth smile returned, just dotting the I's and crossing the T's now. Should be wrapped up soon. Speaking of wrapping things up, Mom said, when are you two going to give me grandchildren? Your cousin Rachel just had her third, and… Mom, Bailey interrupted sharply. Maybe lay off the baby talk. An awkward silence fell. I took a long sip of wine, remembering the last miscarriage, how Dylan had held me in our kitchen. Now I wondered if he'd been texting Marissa even then. Actually, Dylan said, squeezing my shoulder, we've been talking about trying again, haven't we, sweetheart? The wine turned to acid in my stomach. Have we? Of course, remember our conversation last week? We hadn't had a real conversation in months. I forced a smile. Must have slipped my mind. Oh, that would be wonderful. Mom clasped her hands together. You two are such a perfect couple. Anne, you're so lucky to have found such a devoted husband. Bailey made a choking sound that she covered with a cough. Dinner's ready, Dad announced, clearly sensing tension. We moved to the dining room, where Mom had outdone herself as usual. As we settled in, I noticed how everyone seemed to orbit around Dylan. Dad asking about investments, Mom hanging on his every word. So, Anne, my Aunt Patricia asked between bites, how's the volunteer work going? Still helping at that women's shelter? Actually, I've been thinking of taking on a bigger role there, I said. Maybe even starting a legal aid program for women going through difficult divorces. Dylan's fork clattered against his plate. That's the first I'm hearing about this. Really? I met his eyes. I could have sworn I mentioned it during one of your late nights at the office. Anne, Mom cut in, frowning. You have such a wonderful life. Why would you want to spend time with those kinds of women? What kinds of women would those be, Mom? Bailey asked sweetly. The ones who stand up for themselves. I just mean, Mom flustered. Well, Anne has such a perfect marriage. Those poor women, they probably just didn't try hard enough. Or maybe, I said quietly, they tried too hard to believe in something that wasn't real. The table fell silent. Dylan reached for my hand, his touch making my skin crawl. Sweetheart, you seem tense. Maybe we should head home early. No, I pulled my hand away, standing up. I need some air, alone. I walked out to the back porch, gripping the railing until my knuckles turned white. The door opened behind me. Annie, it was Dad. You okay, kiddo? Did you know, I said, without turning around, that Mom cried at my wedding because she thought I'd finally found my perfect ending? Your mother, he sighed. She wants to believe in fairy tales. And what do you believe in, Dad? He was quiet for a moment. I believe my daughter's stronger than she knows. I turned to face him, tears threatening. Even if I do something that disappoints everyone. Anne, he started, but Dylan appeared in the doorway. Ready to go home, beautiful? His smile was perfect, practiced. Everything about him was. I wiped my eyes, straightening my shoulders. Of course, darling. Let me just say goodbye to Mom. As we drove home, Dylan's hand found my knee. That was a bit dramatic, wasn't it? All that talk about divorce and standing up for yourself. Was it? I kept my voice light. I thought you'd be proud of me, taking an interest in legal matters. His hand tightened slightly. Just don't get any ideas. You know how your mother worries. Oh, don't worry, I said, watching his reflection in the window. I won't do anything without careful planning first. He laughed, missing my meaning entirely. That's my girl. Yes, I thought, your girl. For exactly 3 more weeks. The fake lead worked better than I'd hoped. One carefully planted document about a potential investor lawsuit, and Dylan's carefully constructed world started showing cracks. Edmund, I heard him hiss into his phone from his home office. Someone's asking questions about the offshore accounts. Did you say something? I pressed record on my phone, positioning myself near the door. What do you mean you're having second thoughts? Dylan's voice rose. We're too far in to back out now. No, listen to me. Just keep everything quiet until after the merger closes. My phone buzzed. Gianna, got the bank records you requested. You need to see these now. Everything okay in there? I called out sweetly, knocking on Dylan's door. Fine, he snapped, then caught himself. Just fine, honey. Business call. I headed to my car, supposedly for yoga class, but drove straight to Gianna's office. She was waiting with a thick folder and an expression that meant trouble. Look at this. She spread documents across her desk. Every time Dylan transferred money to that offshore account, an equal amount was withdrawn in cash within 48 hours. By who? That's the interesting part. She pointed to a signature. Marissa Sullivan. My hands shook as I examined the withdrawal slips. How much total? Just over $2 million. Gianna leaned back. But here's where it gets better. Remember Edmund, Dylan's best friend, the one he was just yelling at? He's been asking questions. Called my office this morning, wanting to know if I handle corporate whistleblower cases. I sat down hard. He's turning on Dylan. Getting nervous is more like it. Says he has documentation of systematic fraud going back 3 years. Gianna's smile was sharp. Want to guess who else was involved? Marissa. Bingo. She's been cooking the books since she started as Dylan's secretary. Edmund has proof. My phone buzzed again. Bailey. Dee just picked up M. They're fighting in the car. Perfect timing, I murmured, showing Gianna the text. Their little paradise is crumbling. There's more. Gianna pulled out another document. Remember that prenup you signed? The one protecting both of us? I laughed bitterly. Yeah. Look at the notary stamp. I squinted at the page. It's different from the copy I have at home. Because this is the real version. The one you signed. Clever forgery. Dylan had it swapped out right after the wedding. The room spun slightly. Is that why he's so confident about the divorce? Was confident, Gianna corrected. This invalidates everything. Plus, with the fraud evidence, my phone rang, Dylan's face lighting up the screen. Answer it, Gianna mouthed, hitting record on her desk phone. Hi, honey. I kept my voice light. Where are you? He sounded agitated. You're not at yoga. Oh, I finished early, having coffee with Bailey. Don't lie to me. His tone turned ugly. I just saw Bailey at the office. I let silence stretch for 3 seconds. Well, then I guess we're both lying about where we are today, aren't we? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, darling. Just that your secretary might want to be more discreet about withdrawing cash. $2 million leaves quite a paper trail. The sharp intake of breath on his end was deeply satisfying. And he started, "Don't worry, I'm heading home now. We can discuss it over dinner." "You're coming home for dinner, aren't you? Or should I only set one place?" I hung up before he could respond. "That," Gianna said admiringly, "was beautiful." "He'll be scrambling now." I gathered the documents. "How long before he figures out how much I know?" "Long enough." She handed me a business card. "This is the FBI agent handling the fraud investigation. Edmund's already given a statement." My hands were steady as I took the card. "What now?" "Now, you go home and act normal. Let him sweat." She stood up. "And Anne, be careful. Cornered animals are dangerous." I drove home slowly, watching Dylan's car pull in behind me. He looked disheveled, his tie loose. "Want to tell me what that phone call was about?" he demanded as we entered the house. "Which part?" I moved to the kitchen, starting dinner like nothing was wrong. "The lying or the money?" "You don't understand." "No, you don't understand." I turned to face him. "I understand everything. Every late night, every lie. Every dollar you and Marissa thought you could hide." His face went pale. "How did you— 15 years, Dylan. Did you really think I was that stupid?" I checked my phone. A text from Edmund. "Just finished at the FBI office. I'm sorry, Anne. We need to talk," Dylan said, his charm sliding back into place. "I can explain everything." "Oh, we'll talk," I smiled. "But first, you might want to call your lawyer. I have a feeling you're going to need one." The look of dawning horror on his face was worth every second of the past 3 weeks of pretense. I found Marissa in the coffee shop where she and Dylan usually met, her perfectly manicured nails drumming against her paper cup. She didn't look surprised to see me. "I wondered when you'd show up," she said, as I sat down across from her. "Did you really think you'd get away with it?" I placed my phone on the table, recording app running. "The money, the affair, all of it." She took a careful sip of coffee. "You don't know what you're talking about. $2 million. Marissa, that's what you withdrew from the Cayman account." I slid a printout across the table. "In cash, very old school." Her composure cracked slightly. "Dylan said you were clueless." "Dylan says a lot of things, like how he's going to marry you after the divorce." I watched her face carefully. "Did he promise to buy you that house in the Hamptons too?" She flinched. "Funny thing about Dylan," I continued. "He made the same promises to his first wife. Before me. Did you know about her?" Marissa's cup froze halfway to her lips. "What? Oh, he didn't tell you?" I pulled out another document. "Let me guess. He said I was his college sweetheart, his first love." "You're lying." Sarah was her name. "They were married for 3 years before he met me. She was his secretary too." I smiled without humor. History really does repeat itself. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because right now, you have a choice." I leaned forward. "The FBI is investigating the fraud. Edmund's already talking. How long before they trace those cash withdrawals back to you?" Her face went pale. "Edmund wouldn't. He already did. This morning." I showed her my phone, a text from Gianna confirming Edmund's second FBI interview. "Dylan's going down. The only question is whether you're going down with him." "What do you want?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Everything you know. Every transaction. Every meeting. Every lie he told his investors." I pushed a business card across the table. "My lawyer's number. Call her within the hour or I call the FBI. He'll kill me." "No. He'll abandon you. Just like he abandoned Sarah. Just like he tried to abandon me." I stood up. 1 hour, Marissa. Make the right choice." My phone rang as I left the coffee shop. "Dylan." "Where are you?" He sounded frantic. "Having coffee with your girlfriend." "Well, ex-girlfriend now, I think. She's about to make a very important phone call." "Anne, stop this. We can work something out." "Like you work things out with Sarah?" The silence on his end was deafening. "That's what I thought," I said. "By the way, the FBI wants to meet tomorrow. Should I tell them about the Johnson merger, or would you prefer to do that yourself? You're making a mistake. His voice turned cold. You have no idea what I'm capable of. Actually, I do. That's why I made copies of everything. If anything happens to me, every newspaper in the country gets the full story. I paused. Oh, and Dylan. I'm keeping the kitchen. I hung up as Bailey pulled up in her car. How'd it go? She asked as I got in. Better than expected. Marissa didn't know about Sarah. No one ever does. Bailey checked her rearview mirror. Dylan's car just pulled into the coffee shop parking lot. Think he'll catch her before she calls Gianna. Doesn't matter. I showed her my phone. A text from Gianna. Marissa just called. She's singing like a bird. You know he's not going to give up easily, Bailey said as we drove away. I'm counting on it. I checked another text. This one from Edmund. Just sent you the last of the documents. Good luck tomorrow. My phone buzzed again. Mom, this time. I let it go to voicemail. She'd been calling since Sunday dinner, probably to lecture me about being a better wife. You don't have to do this alone, Bailey said softly. I'm not alone. I squeezed her hand. I have you, and Gianna, and even Edmund now. Dylan's the one who's alone. Speaking of alone, Bailey grinned. Wait until you see tomorrow's paper. Someone may have tipped off a reporter about Dylan's creative accounting. Bailey, what did you do? Let's just say his country club friends are going to have some interesting breakfast reading. As if on cue, my phone lit up with a text from Dylan. Turn on the news, now. Bailey turned on the car radio. The business report was just starting. Breaking news in the financial sector as allegations of fraud surface against prominent investment firm. Well, I said, sitting back with a smile. I guess tomorrow's FBI meeting just got more interesting. Want to bet how long before Marissa turns over those cash withdrawal receipts? No bet. I watched the coffee shop disappear in the side mirror. She already did. The courtroom fell silent as I took the stand. Dylan sat at the defendant's table, still wearing his signature confident smile. But I could see the cracks in his facade. His lawyer looked nervous, shuffling papers without really reading them. Mrs. McBride, Gianna began. Can you tell the court when you first became aware of the financial irregularities in your husband's business? Objection. Dylan's lawyer jumped up. This divorce proceeding isn't the place for allegations of corporate misconduct. Judge Naomi leaned forward. Given that the alleged misconduct directly affects the marital assets, I'll allow it. Continue, Mrs. McBride. I straightened my shoulders. I discovered the irregularities 3 weeks ago when I overheard my husband discussing them with his secretary, Marissa. And what exactly did you overhear? He was planning to hide assets before filing for divorce. He mentioned moving money offshore and specifically discussed using funds from the Johnson merger for personal expenses. Dylan's smile faltered slightly. Did you take any action after hearing this conversation? Yes, I began gathering documentation of suspicious transfers and contacted the proper authorities. Your Honor, I handed over a thick folder. I'd like to submit these bank records as evidence. Dylan leaned over to whisper something to his lawyer, who shook his head sharply. Mrs. McBride, Gianna continued, could you tell the court about the prenuptial agreement? The original agreement, or the forged one my husband substituted after our wedding? A murmur ran through the courtroom. Dylan's face went pale. Objection. His lawyer shouted again. This is speculation. Actually, Gianna held up 2 documents. We have both versions here, along with a forensic analysis confirming the forgery. The notary has provided a sworn statement. Judge Naomi examined the documents carefully. Objection overruled. And Mr. McBride, I suggest you sit still and stop passing notes to your client. Mrs. McBride, Gianna turned back to me. How long were you aware of your husband's relationship with his secretary? Objection. Relevance. Goes to pattern of deception, Your Honor, and directly relates to the dissipation of marital assets. Overruled. Answer the question, Mrs. McBride. I discovered their affair the same day I learned about the financial fraud. They were planning to use my portion of the marital assets to buy a house in the Hamptons. The courtroom doors opened quietly, and I saw Edmund slip in, followed by 2 FBI agents. Dylan's face went from pale to ashen. And what happened to those plans? They fell apart when Marissa learned she wasn't the first secretary he'd made those promises to. Objection. Dylan stood up this time. This is character assassination. Sit down, Mr. McBride, Judge Naomi warned. One more outburst, and you'll be held in contempt. Mrs. McBride. Gianna pulled out one final document. Could you identify this? I looked at the paper. That's a bank statement showing cash withdrawals made by Marissa, totaling $2 million. And where did that money come from? From investor funds my husband diverted to offshore accounts. Your Honor, Dylan's lawyer interrupted. We request a recess to confer with our client. Denied. Judge Naomi's voice was steel. Continue, counselor. One final question, Gianna said. Why are you pursuing this divorce action now, rather than waiting for your husband to file as he planned? I looked directly at Dylan for the first time, because no one deserves to be treated like they're worthless. Not me, not his first wife Sarah, and not the investors who trusted him with their money. No further questions, Your Honor. Dylan's lawyer declined to cross-examine me, probably sensing the damage was already done. Your Honor, one of the FBI agents stepped forward. We have a warrant for Mr. McBride's arrest. The courtroom erupted in chaos. Dylan tried to bolt, but was quickly detained. As they let him out, he caught my eye. You'll regret this, he snarled. No, I replied calmly. I only regret not doing it sooner. Judge Naomi banged her gavel. Given the evidence presented, and Mr. McBride's imminent criminal charges, I'm prepared to rule on the divorce petition. Mrs. McBride, you're awarded the house, your personal assets, and 50% of all marital property not subject to federal seizure. Furthermore, given the fraudulent prenuptial agreement, that document is hereby nullified. I felt Bailey squeeze my hand from her seat behind me. One more thing, the judge added. Mrs. McBride, the FBI may want to speak with you about becoming a witness in their case. I'm ready, I said, watching as Dylan was escorted out. I've been ready for weeks. As we left the courtroom, Gianna smiled. Want to guess what Marissa's doing right now? Meeting with prosecutors? Smart girl. She checked her phone. Ready for phase 2. I thought about my kitchen, about the life I'd built, about all the other women like Sarah who'd been discarded. Absolutely, it's time to help others fight back. The headlines were everywhere. Investment banker faces 20 years for fraud. McBride empire crumbles. Secretary turns state's evidence. I sat in my kitchen, reading them over coffee when the doorbell rang. Your mom's been calling me non-stop, Bailey said, walking in with a box of pastries. She's beside herself about the scandal. Let me guess. She thinks I should have kept quiet to save the family name. Actually, Bailey grinned. Dad finally told her off. Said his daughter wasn't raised to be anyone's doormat. My phone buzzed. Gianna, turn on Channel 7, now. The TV flickered to life, showing Marissa outside the federal courthouse, surrounded by reporters. Ms. Sullivan, what made you come forward? Marissa looked different, smaller somehow, without her perfect makeup and designer clothes. Someone showed me I had a choice, that I didn't have to be part of his lies anymore. Any comment on the other victims coming forward? I'd like to apologize to Sarah and to Anne. We all deserved better. Bailey whistled low. Didn't expect that. Neither did I. I turned off the TV as another text came through. From Edmund. Meeting with prosecutors in an hour. You were right about everything. You know, Bailey said, for someone who just took down her cheating husband's entire criminal enterprise, you seem pretty calm. I'm saving my energy. I showed her an email from the women's shelter. We're launching the legal aid program next month. Already have 3 lawyers volunteering. And how many clients? 12 so far. Turns out Dylan wasn't the only husband in town with creative accounting habits. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Sarah, Dylan's first wife. We'd connected through Edmund after everything came out. Just saw Marissa's interview, she said, stepping inside. Never thought I'd see the day. Neither did I poured her coffee. How are you holding up? Better than Dylan. She smiled grimly. My lawyer says with the new evidence, we can reopen my divorce settlement. Good. I handed her a business card. Gianna's expecting your call. You know what's funny? Sarah accepted the card. For years I thought it was my fault, that I wasn't smart enough, pretty enough, good enough. He had a way of making us feel that way, I agreed. Had, Bailey emphasized, past tense. My phone rang, an unknown number. I answered on speaker. Anne? Dylan's voice was desperate. Please, you have to help me. Tell them I didn't mean to. Goodbye, Dylan. I hung up. He called you? Sarah looked shocked. From jail. Third time this week. I blocked the number. He's running out of options. Edmund's testimony destroyed his defense strategy. And Marissa's evidence, Bailey added. And the forensic accountants, Sarah continued. We all laughed. 3 women who'd once been under Dylan's spell, now free. The front door opened, and Dad walked in carrying files. Thought you might want these, he said, setting them down. Every investment record from when Dylan first joined the firm. The prosecutor said it helps establish pattern and intent. Thanks, Dad. I hugged him tight. Your mother wants to come over, he said quietly. She's been doing a lot of thinking. Tell her I'm free for dinner. I stepped back. As long as she's ready to listen, not lecture. Oh, she'll listen, he smiled. She saw the proof of what he did to your prenup. Called him some words I didn't know she knew. My phone buzzed again. Gianna, Dylan's lawyer wants to make a deal. Full confession in exchange for reduced charges. Want to hear the terms? No deals. I texted back. Let him face the jury. That's my girl, came her reply. Sarah stood up. I should go. My lawyer's waiting. She paused at the door. Thank you, Anne, for being stronger than I was. Hey, I caught her arm. We were both strong. We just didn't know it then. After everyone left, I stood in my kitchen, the one Dylan and Marissa had planned to gut, and felt the silence. Not the heavy silence of secrets and lies, but the peaceful quiet of truth. My phone lit up with a news alert. McBride case expands. More victims come forward. I smiled, thinking of the women at the shelter, of Sarah rebuilding her life, of Marissa choosing truth over comfort, even of my mother finally questioning her beliefs about perfect marriages. The doorbell rang one more time. A delivery man held out a package. Sign here, Mrs. McBride? I took the pen. Actually, I said, writing my maiden name. It's just Anne now. Inside the package was my new business card. Anne Mitchell, Advocacy Director, Women's Legal Defense Fund. Perfect. The verdict took 12 minutes. I watched Dylan's face as the jury foreman stood, his practiced charm finally cracking as guilty echoed through the courtroom 7 times. 1 count for each year he'd been defrauding investors. 20 years, Bailey whispered, squeezing my hand. No parole. Dylan turned to look at me as they led him away. I met his gaze steadily, remembering how those eyes once made my heart race. Now I felt nothing but calm. Ready for your speech? Gianna appeared beside me, holding a folder. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters and cameras. Sarah stood to my left, Marissa to my right, 3 women united by one man's betrayal, now standing together for something bigger. Mrs. Mitchell, a reporter called out, "What's your response to the verdict?" I stepped up to the microphones. Today isn't about Dylan. It's about every person who's been made to feel worthless by someone they trusted. It's about speaking up, standing together, and reclaiming our power. Is it true you're opening a women's advocacy center? Yes, I gestured to Sarah and Marissa. We're converting Dylan's old office building into a resource center for survivors of financial abuse and fraud. The Women's Legal Defense Fund will provide free legal aid, financial counseling, and support services. Ms. Sullivan, another reporter, turned to Marissa. Any regrets about testifying? Only that I didn't come forward sooner. She straightened her shoulders. But thanks to Anne, I learned it's never too late to choose differently. My phone buzzed. Mom, watching you on TV. So proud of my brave girl. Dinner tonight. Sarah, a voice called out. What's your role in all this? I'm heading up our survivor mentorship program. Sarah replied. No one should have to navigate this journey alone. Back in my kitchen, my beloved unchanged kitchen, Bailey poured wine, while Gianna spread out blueprints for the new center. Edmund called. Gianna said. The SEC approved our application for the whistleblower reward funds, $2 million, earmarked for the center's operating costs. Poetic justice, Bailey laughed. Dylan's hidden money funding a center to help his victims. The doorbell rang. Mom stood there, holding a casserole and looking uncertain. I brought your favorite, she said hesitantly, and an apology. I pulled her into a hug. Come in, we're planning the center's opening. Actually, she set down the casserole. I was wondering if you could use another volunteer. I may not be a lawyer, but I make a mean cup of coffee, and I'm good at listening. We could always use more listeners, Sarah said warmly. My phone lit up with a message from one of our new clients. Judge granted the emergency order. Kids and I are safe. Thank you. Look at this, Marissa called from the living room, where she was updating our website. 5 more requests for legal aid just came in. Good thing we have 3 new lawyers starting next week, Gianna said. Make that 4. Mom pulled out her phone. Your cousin Rachel's firm wants to help. She says it's time to put her divorce experience to good use. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Dad, carrying boxes of office supplies donated by his company. Where do you want these? He asked, then saw Mom. Oh, you finally came. I finally listened, she corrected, helping him with the boxes. My phone buzzed one last time. A call from prison. I declined it, blocking another of Dylan's burner numbers. You know what I just realized? Bailey said, looking around at everyone working together. He thought he was ruining your life, but he actually helped you find your purpose. No, I corrected her, watching Mom and Dad arrange supplies while Sarah and Marissa worked on the website. We found our purpose, all of us. Speaking of purpose, Gianna held up a document. The judge approved your name change. It's official. The Anne McBride Foundation is now the Phoenix Rising Women's Center. Perfect name, Mom said softly. Rising from the ashes, stronger than before. I looked around my kitchen, no longer just mine, but a gathering place for this unlikely family we'd built. Where once there were secrets and lies, now there was purpose and truth. Where Dylan had planned destruction, we were creating something beautiful. To Phoenix Rising, Bailey raised her glass. To rising together, everyone echoed. My phone stayed silent this time. Dylan's number was blocked, his power gone, his legacy transformed into something he never intended. Hope for others. Outside, the sun set on another day of freedom. Inside, we plan tomorrow's battles, stronger together than we ever were alone. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, it's getting better, and helping others do the same.
The morning dew still clung to the roses when I heard the crunch of expensive heels on my garden path. I didn't need to look up to know who it was. Only one person would dare to wear Louboutins to stomp through my father's prized garden. Madeline. Her voice dripped with fake sweetness. Still playing in the dirt, I see. I continued pruning my father's white roses, the ones he'd planted for my wedding day. The wedding that had ended in divorce papers and my ex-husband running off with the woman now standing behind me. Hello, Haley. You know why I'm here. She moved closer, her shadow falling across the flower bed. The reading of the will is tomorrow, and Holden and I think it's best if we discuss things civilly. I finally turned around, wiping my soil-covered hands on my gardening apron. There's nothing to discuss. This is my father's house. His estate. Was? Haley corrected, her perfectly painted red lips curling into a smirk. And since Holden was like a son to Miles for 15 years, we believe we're entitled to our fair share. The pruning shears in my hand suddenly felt heavier. The same Holden who cheated on his daughter with his secretary? That Holden? Ancient history. Haley waved her manicured hand dismissively. Miles forgave him. They still played golf every Sunday until... She paused for dramatic effect. Well, you know. My father's death was still raw, a wound that hadn't even begun to scab over. He'd been gone just 2 weeks, and here was this woman, this vulture, circling what she thought was easy prey. My father wouldn't have left Holden anything, I said firmly, standing up to my full height. He was many things, but he wasn't stupid. Haley's fake smile faltered. We'll see about that. Your brother Isaiah seems to think differently. The mention of my brother sent a chill down my spine. We hadn't spoken since Dad's funeral, where he'd spent more time consoling Holden than his own sister. You've spoken to Isaiah? Oh, honey. Haley stepped closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. We've done more than speak. He's been very helpful. I gripped the pruning shears tighter, remembering Dad's words from years ago. The roses need a firm hand, Maddie, but never a cruel one. Even the sharpest thorns serve a purpose. Get off my property, Haley, I said quietly. Before I forget my manners. She laughed, the sound like breaking glass. Your property? That's cute. This house is worth millions, Madeline. Did you really think you'd get to keep it all to yourself? Playing house in your daddy's mansion while the rest of us get nothing? My father built this house brick by brick, I said, my voice steady despite the rage building inside me. He planted every tree, designed every room. This isn't about money. This is about legacy. Legacy? Haley snorted. Wake up, Madeline. Everything is about money. And tomorrow, when that will is read, you're going to learn that the hard way. She turned to leave, but paused at the garden gate. Oh, and you might want to start packing. Holden and I will need at least a month to renovate before we move in. As her heels clicked down the path, I looked down at the roses, their white petals now spotted with soil where my trembling hands had crushed them. Dad had always said white roses represented new beginnings, but all I could see was red. I pulled out my phone and dialed the one person I knew would understand. Aaliyah? It's me. Haley just paid me a visit. Yeah, she's exactly as bad as we thought. Can you come over? There's something about the will I need to discuss with you. My best friend's voice was firm and reassuring. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Don't worry, Madeline. Your father was smarter than they know. As I ended the call, I noticed a small envelope poking out from beneath one of the rose bushes, its corner damp with dew. The handwriting on it was unmistakably my father's, and it was addressed to me. I picked it up with shaking hands, wondering how long it had been waiting there, hidden among the thorns. The paper felt heavy, like it carried more than just words. Well, Dad, I whispered, turning the envelope over in my hands. Looks like you left me one last surprise. The sound of Haley's car engine faded into the distance as I stood in the garden, holding what felt like the first piece of a puzzle my father had left behind. Whatever game Haley and Holden were playing, I had a feeling they were about to learn they'd chosen the wrong opponent. Aaliyah arrived exactly when she promised, her legal briefcase in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. I figured we might need this, she said, holding up the wine as she walked into Dad's study. I was still holding the unopened envelope, perched on the edge of my father's leather chair. The room smelled of his pipe tobacco and old books, a scent I wasn't ready to lose to Haley's promised renovations. You haven't opened it yet? Aaliyah nodded at the envelope, setting her briefcase down with a heavy thunk. I wanted to wait for you. I turned the envelope over again. After what Haley said about Isaiah helping them, open it, Aaliyah insisted, pouring 2 generous glasses of wine. Your father was very specific about certain things being revealed at certain times. My head snapped up. What do you mean? She handed me a glass. Open the letter, Madeline. With trembling fingers, I broke the seal. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a small key. Dear Maddie, I read aloud, my father's voice echoing in my head. If you're reading this, then someone has already made a move on the estate. Knowing human nature as I do, I'm guessing it's Haley. She always did remind me of a shark, all teeth and no soul. Aaliyah snorted into her wine glass. The key enclosed opens the bottom drawer of my desk. Inside, you'll find everything you need to protect what's yours. Remember what I taught you about chess? Sometimes you have to sacrifice a pawn to protect the queen. Love, Dad. I looked up at Aaliyah, who was already moving toward the desk. You knew about this? I helped him set it up, she admitted, gesturing for me to use the key. Your father came to me 6 months ago, right after his diagnosis. He knew exactly how things would play out. The drawer opened with a soft click. Inside was a thick manila envelope and a USB drive. Before you look at those, Aaliyah said, sitting on the edge of the desk, there's something you need to know about tomorrow's will reading. Your father added a codicil 3 days before he died. A what? A modification to the will. And trust me, it's going to change everything. I spread the contents of the manila envelope across the desk. Photos spilled out, dozens of them. Haley meeting with someone in a dark parking lot. Holden entering a lawyer's office that wasn't Aaliyah's. Bank statements. Email printouts. Dad had them investigated? Better. Aaliyah's smile was sharp. He had them followed. That USB drive contains video footage of Haley attempting to bribe your father's nurse for information about his will 2 days before he died. My hands shook as I picked up one of the photos. Is that Isaiah? Meeting with Haley 3 weeks before your father's death, Aaliyah confirmed. But look at his face in the next photo. The second photo showed my brother leaving the meeting, his expression twisted with disgust. He was holding what looked like a check. He kept the check as evidence, Aaliyah explained. Brought it straight to your father. That's when Miles knew he had to act fast. But Haley said Isaiah was helping them. Your brother's been playing a dangerous game, Madeline, feeding them just enough information to keep them confident, all while helping your father gather evidence of their conspiracy. I sank back into the chair, my mind spinning. Why didn't he tell me? Because Haley needed to show her hand first. Aaliyah pulled out some papers from her briefcase. Tomorrow, when I read the will, Haley and Holden are going to think they've won. The initial reading will grant them a significant portion of the estate. What? I stood up so fast my wine glass tipped over, staining the carpet red. Let me finish. Aaliyah held up her hand. That's when the codicil kicks in. Your father set up a trap, Madeline. The moment they accept the inheritance, they trigger a clause that reveals their attempted manipulation and fraud. Everything, the photos, the videos, the bribes, becomes public record. I stared at the evidence spread across the desk, understanding dawning. He made them think they won so they'd incriminate themselves. Exactly. Aaliyah's grin was triumphant. The real will leaves everything to you, with a trust set up for Isaiah. Haley and Holden get nothing except a very public exposure of their true characters. And tomorrow, Aaliyah finished her wine. We watched them walk right into the trap they set for themselves. Your father's last lesson about consequences. I picked up his letter again, running my fingers over his familiar handwriting. Even from beyond the grave, he was protecting me, teaching me, helping me fight back. One more thing, Aaliyah said softly. Isaiah asked to see you tonight. He has something else you need to know before tomorrow. I looked out the study window at the setting sun, thinking of my brother, of Haley's smug face in the garden, of all the pieces my father had carefully put in place. Tell him to come over, I said. It's time we had a family reunion. Isaiah arrived after dark, looking nothing like the confident brother who'd stood beside Holden at the funeral. His designer suit was wrinkled, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion. He hesitated at the study doorway, clutching a leather portfolio like a shield. You look terrible, I said, breaking the ice. Yeah, well, playing double agent isn't as fun as the movies make it seem. He attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Can I come in? I gestured to the chair across from me. Aaliyah had left an hour ago, but the evidence of our earlier discovery still littered Dad's desk. "I see you found Dad's insurance policy," Isaiah said, nodding at the photos. "Why didn't you tell me what you were doing?" The question came out sharper than I intended. He slumped into the chair. "Because I needed to make it right. After everything with Holden, the way I treated you during the divorce. I was an idiot, Maddie." "You were my brother," I corrected. "You were supposed to be on my side." "I know." He opened the portfolio and pulled out a check. "This is what Haley offered me to testify that Dad wasn't of sound mind when he made his final will. $500,000 to betray my own sister." I stared at the check, then at my brother. "But you didn't cash it." "No, I took it straight to Dad." Isaiah's voice cracked. "You should have seen his face, Maddie. Not angry, just disappointed. That's when he told me about his plan." The grandfather clock in the hall chimed 9 times, each dong echoing through the tense silence. "There's more," Isaiah continued, pulling out a phone. "I recorded everything. Every meeting, every offer, every threat. Haley, she's been planning this for months, even before Dad got sick." He pressed play. Haley's voice filled the room. "Once the old man kicks it, we'll contest the will. With your testimony about his mental state and Holden's long relationship with him, we'll get everything. That bitch Madeline won't know what hit her." My hands clenched into fists. "When was this?" 2 months ago. But wait, there's worse." He fast-forwarded the recording. Holden's voice now. "We'll sell the house, liquidate the assets. Madeline can go back to her little apartment and her pathetic gardening business. She never deserved any of this anyway." "Turn it off," I whispered. Isaiah complied, then pulled out one final document. "This is why I came tonight. Haley didn't just want the money, Maddie. She wanted revenge. On you." "Revenge? For what?" "For making Holden feel guilty. For making him pay alimony. He paused. "For making him look bad when you caught them together." The memory hit me like a physical blow. Walking into my own bedroom, finding them there. Haley's triumphant smile as my marriage crumbled. "She was his secretary for 3 years," Isaiah continued. "She planned everything, worked her way into his life, into Dad's social circle. This document proves she started embezzling from Dad's company 6 months before you caught them." I snatched the paper, scanning the bank transfers and account numbers. "Dad knew about this? Found out right before his diagnosis. He was building a case against her, but then the cancer—" Isaiah's voice trailed off. "That's when he started planning this instead. Said sometimes justice needs a different path." "The codicil," I murmured. "Yeah, tomorrow's going to be brutal, Maddie. They think they've got it all figured out. Haley's even hired a camera crew to document the historic moment when they take possession of the estate. Despite everything," I laughed. "She hired cameras to record her own downfall?" Dad would have appreciated the irony. Isaiah smiled, a real one this time. "Listen, I know I can't fix the past 3 years with one night of revelations, but I want you to know I'm here now. Whatever happens tomorrow, I've got your back." I stood up and walked to the window, looking out at Dad's garden silvered by moonlight. "Remember when we were kids and Dad caught us fighting over that toy car? The red Corvette?" Isaiah joined me at the window. "He made us wash every window in the house. Said we needed to learn to see things clearly." I turned to face my brother. "I see clearly now, Isaiah. I see what Dad was trying to teach us, even at the end." He nodded, understanding in his eyes. "That sometimes the biggest victory isn't in winning. It's in letting your enemies defeat themselves," I finished. The grandfather clock chimed 1/4 past, reminding us that tomorrow was getting closer with each tick. "You should get some rest," Isaiah said, gathering his evidence. "Tomorrow's going to be one hell of a show." As I watched him leave, I touched the window pane, cool and solid under my fingers. Dad had always loved these windows. Said they were the eyes of the house, watching over his family. Tomorrow they would witness justice, served exactly the way he had planned it. The morning of the will reading dawned bright and clear. I was in Dad's study again, this time watching Aaliyah arrange papers on the massive oak desk while camera equipment was set up around the room. "Haley's camera crew is here," Isaiah announced, slipping through the door. "You should see her out there, practicing her gracious acceptance speech." "Everything ready?" I asked Aaliyah. She patted her briefcase. "All set. The codicil is sealed in this envelope along with copies of all the evidence. Once they accept the initial terms..." A commotion in the hallway cut her off. Haley's voice carried through the door, high and excited. "This is where we'll put the new chandelier. The old one is so dated." "Places, everyone," Aaliyah muttered, straightening her suit jacket. "Let the show begin." Haley swept in first, wearing a black dress that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary. Holden followed, looking uncomfortable in his tailored suit. The camera crew trailed behind them, adjusting lights and checking angles. "Madeline." Holden nodded stiffly. It was the first time he'd spoken to me directly since the divorce. "Let's begin," Aaliyah announced, taking her place behind Dad's desk. "As Miles's attorney, I'll be reading his last will and testament, along with any additional documents he prepared before his passing." Haley practically bounced in her seat. "We're ready." The initial reading went exactly as Aaliyah had warned me. Dad's estate, including the house and company shares, was to be divided. 60% to me, 40% to Holden and Haley. "I knew it!" Haley squealed, grabbing Holden's arm. "Miles loved us too much to leave us out." "However," Aaliyah continued, her voice cutting through Haley's celebration, "there is a codicil to the will, added 3 days before Miles's death." Haley's smile faltered. "A what?" "A modification," Holden explained, suddenly looking nervous. "What kind of modification?" Aaliyah broke the seal on the envelope. "The acceptance of any inheritance under this will is contingent upon a full investigation into certain financial irregularities discovered in the months preceding Miles's death." The room went silent. Even the cameras seemed to hold their breath. "What irregularities?" Haley's voice had lost its triumphant edge. "Perhaps these will explain," Aaliyah said, sliding the photos across the desk. "Or this USB drive containing footage of attempted bribery. Or these bank statements showing systematic embezzlement from Harrison Industries." Holden grabbed one of the photos, his face draining of color. "Where did you get these?" "Dad had quite the collection of evidence," Isaiah spoke up from his corner, "including recordings of you both planning to contest the will based on false testimony about his mental state." Haley stood up so fast her chair toppled backward. "Turn those cameras off, now." "Oh no," I said, standing to face her. "The cameras stay. You wanted to document this historic moment, remember?" "You can't do this," she hissed. "Holden, tell them they can't do this." But Holden was still staring at the photos, particularly one showing him entering a competitor's office with confidential company documents. "The codicil is quite clear," Aaliyah continued, professional as ever. "Any attempt to claim inheritance automatically triggers the release of all this evidence to the proper authorities. The choice is yours." "Choice?" Haley laughed hysterically. "What choice? You've trapped us." "No," I corrected her. "You trapped yourselves. Every scheme, every plot, every attempt to steal what wasn't yours, it all led to this moment. This is your fault." She whirled on Isaiah. "You were supposed to help us." Isaiah shrugged. "I did help, just not you." "Holden," she pleaded, "do something." But Holden was already standing, straightening his tie with shaking hands. "It's over, Haley. We've lost." "The hell it is. I won't let that bitch win." "That bitch is my daughter." Dad's voice filled the room. Everyone froze as Aaliyah pressed play on a video file. Dad's face appeared on one of the camera crew's monitors, thin but determined, recorded just days before his death. "And if you're watching this, it means you've shown your true colors, just as I knew you would. Greed is a terrible teacher, but consequences are excellent students." Haley's mascara ran in black streaks as she backed toward the door. "This isn't over. Actually," Aaliyah said, "it is. The police are waiting in the foyer to discuss the evidence of embezzlement. I'd suggest cooperating. It might help with sentencing." As Haley and Holden were led away, the cameras still rolling, I felt Dad's presence in every corner of the room. He'd orchestrated it all, not just to protect his legacy, but to teach one final lesson about justice and patience. Well, Isaiah said into the silence, I guess those cameras caught their historic moment after all. The media circus that followed was exactly what Haley had wanted, just not in the way she'd planned. By evening, local news vans lined the street, and my phone wouldn't stop buzzing with calls from reporters. You need to see this, Isaiah said, turning up the volume on Dad's old television in the study. Haley's arrest was playing on every channel, her mascara-streaked face a stark contrast to her designer dress, as officers led her to a police car. The investigation into Harrison Industries has uncovered multiple instances of fraud. The reporter's voice droned on. Turn it off, I said, rubbing my temples. I can't watch anymore. Aaliyah burst through the door, waving her phone. It gets better. The DA just called. They found offshore accounts, dummy corporations, everything. Haley wasn't just stealing from your father's company, she was running a whole network of fraud schemes. And Holden? I asked, not sure why I still cared about my ex-husband's fate. Singing like a canary, Isaiah replied. Turns out he's not so loyal when facing serious prison time. A sharp knock at the study door made us all jump. A police detective entered, looking apologetic. Ms. Harrison, we need to discuss some additional evidence we've uncovered. More? I gestured for him to sit. What now? We found documents in Ms. West's apartment suggesting this wasn't her first attempt at this type of scheme. There are at least 3 other cases of her targeting wealthy families, though she never succeeded on this scale before. Aaliyah leaned forward. Other families? Yes. She would typically work her way into their lives through employment or social connections, then orchestrate situations to gain access to their assets. The detective pulled out a folder. Sound familiar? The secretary position, I whispered. It wasn't random. No, it wasn't. She specifically targeted your ex-husband because of his connection to your father's company. The affair was just her way in. My stomach churned. 3 years of blame and self-doubt about my failed marriage suddenly shifted perspective. There's something else, the detective continued. We found this in her personal files. It appears to be a detailed plan for after she gained control of the estate. He handed me a document that made my blood run cold. Detailed notes about accidents that could befall me after the transfer of property. Plans to frame Isaiah for financial misconduct. Even sketches of how she wanted to remodel the house, starting with destroying Dad's garden. She would have killed me, I said flatly. She never would have gotten the chance, Isaiah growled, gripping the arm of his chair. The detective nodded grimly. This evidence upgrades the charges significantly. Combined with the fraud charges and attempted bribery, she's looking at 15 to 20 years, minimum. After he left, we sat in stunned silence until Aaliyah's phone buzzed again. It's my contact at the DA's office, she said, reading the message. Holden just finished his statement. He's admitted to everything, including helping Haley access confidential company files before Dad's death. Did he know? I had to ask. About her plans for me? No, Isaiah answered, scanning the documents. According to this, she kept that part to herself. Probably knew he wouldn't have the stomach for it. A thought struck me. Dad knew, didn't he? That's why he put all this in motion. Aaliyah nodded slowly. He suspected. That's why he hired the private investigators, why he documented everything. He wasn't just protecting his legacy, he was protecting you. I walked to the window, looking out at the garden now swarming with news crews. The roses still bloomed, oblivious to the chaos their previous admirer had planned. We should release a statement, Isaiah suggested. Control the narrative before Haley's lawyers try to spin this. Already drafted. Aaliyah pulled out her laptop. A simple statement about cooperating with authorities and requesting privacy during this difficult time. Professional, dignified, everything Haley wasn't. Dad would like that, I said, managing a small smile. There's one more thing, Isaiah said, pulling an envelope from his jacket. I found this in Dad's personal safe. It's marked "After Justice is Served." My hands shook as I opened it, recognizing Dad's handwriting once again. My dear Maddie, if you're reading this, then the truth has finally come to light. Don't let this experience harden your heart. The garden still needs tending, and life still needs living. I didn't set this trap just for justice. I did it so you could be free. Free from doubt, free from fear, and free to bloom again. Love, Dad. Outside, the reporters continued their live broadcasts, telling the world about the scandal, the arrests, the betrayal. But inside the study, surrounded by the evidence of my father's love and foresight, I finally felt something I hadn't experienced since finding Holden with Haley 3 years ago. Peace. So, Isaiah said, breaking the silence. What now? I looked at the roses outside, then at my brother and best friend. Now, we rebuild. Together. The preliminary hearing came faster than any of us expected. 1 month after the will reading, I found myself sitting in a courtroom, watching Haley and Holden being led in wearing orange jumpsuits, a far cry from their designer clothes. All rise, the bailiff called out. Aaliyah squeezed my hand as we stood. She'd insisted on being both my lawyer and moral support, saying some moments required both legal expertise and friendship. You don't have to speak today, she whispered. The evidence speaks for itself. But I knew I had to. Dad's last letter had said not to let this harden my heart, and staying silent felt too much like fear. Haley's eyes locked onto mine as she passed our bench. The hatred in them was palpable, but something else flickered there too. Desperation. Her lawyer had been trying to negotiate a plea deal, but the DA wasn't budging. Not with the mountain of evidence against her. Your Honor, the prosecutor began. The state would like to enter into evidence Exhibits A through F, documenting a pattern of systematic fraud and conspiracy spanning 3 years. I watched as they displayed the photos, the bank statements, the recordings. Haley's face grew paler with each new piece of evidence. Holden just stared at his hands, shoulders slumped in defeat. The state calls Madeline to the stand. Walking to the witness box felt like crossing an ocean. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. The journalists scribbling in their notebooks, the jury leaning forward in anticipation, Haley's gaze burning into my back. Please state your name for the record. Madeline Harrison. Can you tell us about your relationship with the defendants? I took a deep breath, looking straight at Haley. Holden was my husband for 15 years. Haley was his secretary, and the woman he had an affair with. And after your divorce? They married 6 months later. Then they started visiting my father, building a relationship with him while he was sick. Objection. Haley's lawyer stood. Relevance? Goes to motive, Your Honor, the prosecutor countered. Shows the systematic nature of their plan. Overruled. Continue. I described everything. The visits, the manipulation, Haley's threats in the garden, the evidence Dad had collected. With each word, I could see Haley's carefully constructed facade crumbling. Ms. Harrison, the prosecutor held up the documents found in Haley's apartment. When did you become aware of these plans regarding your safety? Objection, Haley's lawyer practically shouted. Those documents are circumstantial. Your Honor, these documents detail specific plans to harm the witness after gaining control of the estate. The judge peered at Haley over his glasses. Overruled. I learned about them after their arrest, I answered, my voice steady. My father suspected something like this might happen. That's why he gathered all the evidence, why he changed his will. He was protecting me even after he was gone. Haley suddenly stood up, her handcuffs rattling. He was a manipulative old man who couldn't stand to see his precious daughter lose anything. This whole thing is a setup. Ms. West, sit down, the judge ordered. You think you've won? Haley shouted at me. You think this is over? I made your husband leave you once, I destroyed your marriage, and I'll find a way to destroy everything else too. The courtroom erupted in chaos. Bailiffs rushed to restrain Haley as she continued screaming threats. Holden looked like he wanted to sink into the floor. Order! The judge's gavel cracked like thunder. Remove the defendant. As they dragged Haley away, still shouting, I caught Isaiah's eye in the gallery. He gave me a subtle nod. Everything she'd just said had been caught on the court record, destroying any chance of sympathy from the jury. The judge called a recess, and Aliyah hurried me out of the courtroom. In the hallway, reporters clamored for comments, but she expertly steered me past them. "Well," she said once we were safely in a private room, "I'd say that outburst just sealed their fate." "Did you see Holden's face?" Isaiah joined us, closing the door on the media circus outside. He finally saw her for what she really is. I sank into a chair, exhaustion hitting me all at once. Dad knew. He knew exactly how she would react when cornered. "Because people like that can't stand losing control," Aliyah said, pulling out her phone. "The DA's texting me already. They want to move forward with additional charges based on her threats in court." "How much time is she looking at now?" 25 to 30 years minimum. Holden might get less with his cooperation, but he's still looking at 10 to 15. I thought about Dad's roses, still blooming in the garden he'd loved. He always said the truth finds its way to the light eventually. "Speaking of truth," Isaiah said, "there's something else you need to know about Dad's evidence. Something we found in his personal safe this morning." Back in Dad's study, Isaiah pulled out a weathered leather journal. The police found this when they were doing their final sweep of Haley's apartment. It was hidden in a false bottom of her desk drawer. "What is it?" I reached for the journal, but Isaiah held it back. "Before you read this, you need to understand. Dad knew about this journal. It's why he was so certain about Haley's intentions." Aliyah leaned forward. "Is this what I think it is?" "Her playbook," Isaiah confirmed. "Detailed accounts of every family she's targeted, every scheme she's run, including her original plans for us." He opened the journal to a marked page and began reading. "The Harrison family presents the perfect opportunity. Wealthy patriarch, strained family relationships, naive daughter who trusts too easily. The husband is the weak link, easily manipulated with flattery and attention." My stomach churned. "Stop. You need to hear this, Maddie." Isaiah continued reading. Phase 1 complete, marriage destroyed. Phase 2, isolate the daughter from her support system. Phase 3, gain the father's trust. Final phase, eliminate all obstacles permanently. "That's when Dad confronted her, isn't it?" I asked, remembering Dad's sudden insistence on updating his will. Aliyah nodded. "He showed me this journal 3 months ago. That's when we started building the case against her." "But there's more," Isaiah said, flipping to another section. "She wasn't working alone. There's a whole network of people involved in these schemes. Names, dates, bank accounts, everything." A sharp knock interrupted us. The detective from earlier entered, looking grimmer than before. "We've been going through Ms. West's contacts," he announced. "Found something interesting about her past. She's not who she claims to be." He laid out a series of documents on Dad's desk. Birth certificates, passports, driver's licenses, all with different names but the same face. "Her real name is Margaret Phillips. She's wanted in 3 states for similar schemes. The FBI's been looking for her for years." "Margaret Phillips?" The name hit me like a physical blow. "The woman who was convicted of killing that businessman in Florida? His death was ruled an accident," the detective corrected. "But yes, same person. She served 5 years for fraud, got out, changed her identity, and started over. Your father was her biggest target yet." Aliyah was already on her phone. "I'm calling the DA. This changes everything. With these priors, she's looking at life in prison. There's something else," the detective added. "We found this in her safety deposit box." He handed me a USB drive. "It's footage of your father confronting her about the journal. Thought you might want to see it." With shaking hands, I plugged the drive into Dad's computer. His face filled the screen, sitting in this very study, looking directly at Haley. "I know what you're planning." Dad's voice was steel. "I've read your little journal. Quite the career you've had, Margaret." Haley's face on the screen went white. Did you really think I wouldn't investigate the woman trying to destroy my family? I've known who you are since the day you started working for my company." "Then why did I let you continue?" Because sometimes the best way to catch a snake is to let it think it's winning. Dad leaned forward. You're finished, Margaret. Everything you've done, everyone you've hurt, it ends here. You're dying. Haley Margaret spat. You can't stop me. Dad's laugh was cold. My dear, I already have. You just don't know it yet. The video ended, leaving us in stunned silence. He knew, I whispered. He knew everything, right from the start. And he built an airtight case, Aaliyah added. One that would protect you and expose her entire network. The detective gathered his documents. The FBI wants to talk to you tomorrow. With this journal and your father's evidence, we can take down her whole organization. After he left, I walked to Dad's chair, running my hand along the worn leather. He let her think she was winning, all while making sure she'd never hurt anyone again. Classic Dad. Isaiah smiled. Always playing the long game. Aaliyah's phone buzzed. The DA just approved the new charges. They're upgrading it to a federal case. Haley, or Margaret, will never see the outside of a prison again. I picked up Dad's journal from his desk, the one he'd kept all his life, and opened it to his last entry. Sometimes justice takes patience. Sometimes it takes sacrifice. But most importantly, it takes faith in the truth. Maddie will understand when the time comes. The garden will bloom again, stronger than before. The preliminary hearing resumes tomorrow. Aaliyah said softly. Are you ready to finish this? I looked at the evidence spread across the desk, at Dad's journal, at the garden beyond the window where all this began. Yes, I said. It's time to end this. For Dad, for everyone she's ever hurt. And for you, Isaiah added. Mostly for you. The gavel's final crack echoed through the courtroom like thunder. In light of the overwhelming evidence and the additional federal charges, this court sentences Margaret Phillips, also known as Haley West, to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Haley, Margaret, stood rigid in her orange jumpsuit, all traces of her former polished facade gone. When they led her past our bench, she stopped, turning to face me one last time. I hope you're happy, she hissed. You've ruined everything. No, I replied calmly. You did that yourself. The only difference is that this time your target fought back. The bailiff pulled her away as she tried to respond. Behind her, Holden was already being led out to begin his own 15-year sentence. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us, but Aliyah's firm voice cut through the chaos. My client has no comment except to say that justice has been served, not just for her family, but for all the families affected by these crimes. Back at the house, Isaiah was waiting with a surprise. The FBI finished processing Dad's study. They found this hidden in his desk. He handed me a small box. Inside was a single key and a note. For when justice blooms, check the greenhouse. The greenhouse had always been Dad's private sanctuary, a place he retreated to when he needed to think. I hadn't been inside since his death. Want us to come with you? Aaliyah asked. I shook my head. I need to do this alone. The greenhouse key turned smoothly in the lock. Inside, the air was warm and thick with the scent of blooming flowers. Dad's prized orchids still thrived, clearly tended by someone, probably Isaiah, during these past months. In the center of the greenhouse stood Dad's workbench, and on it, a large envelope with my name on it. Inside was a deed and another letter. My dearest Maddie, by now, justice has been served and the truth has come to light. But justice wasn't the only thing I wanted to cultivate. In this greenhouse, I grew more than flowers. I grew hope. Hope for you to find your strength again, to bloom despite the shadows others cast. The deed in this envelope is for the vacant lot next to your old flower shop. I bought it the day after I confronted Margaret. It's time for Harrison Gardens to grow beyond our home. Your talent for bringing beauty into the world shouldn't be limited to one garden. Remember what I taught you. Some flowers bloom best after a frost. You've weathered your winter, Maddie. Now it's time to bloom again. Love always, Dad. I walked back to the house in a daze, clutching the deed and letter. Isaiah and Aaliyah were waiting in the kitchen. Well? Isaiah asked. I spread the deed on the counter. He bought me the lot next to my old shop. He wanted me to expand the business. That's not all he did. Aaliyah pulled out her tablet. The Harrison Gardens trademark was registered 6 months ago. He set up everything. Business plans, permits, funding. All it needs is you. And us, Isaiah added. I've learned a thing or two about gardening these past months. Someone had to keep his orchids alive. A knock at the door interrupted us. The detective entered, looking pleased. Just thought you'd want to know. 3 more victims of Margaret's schemes have come forward. With their testimony and your father's evidence, we're looking at closing over a dozen cold cases. Dad would have liked that, I said. He always believed every truth finds its light eventually. Speaking of truth, Isaiah said after the detective left, I found something else while tending the greenhouse. He pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of a small plaque hidden among the orchids. The inscription read, For Maddie, who taught me that the strongest flowers grow in broken places. He put that there right after my divorce, I realized. He knew even then that I'd find my way back. So, Aaliyah said, pulling out her legal pad with a familiar glint in her eye. Should I start drawing up the business papers for Harrison Gardens? I looked out at Dad's garden, where the roses still bloomed despite everything that had happened. Beyond them, I could see the future he'd planned for me. Not just justice, but growth. Not just survival, but flourishing. Yes, I said, feeling stronger than I had in years. It's time to grow something new. To Dad. Isaiah raised his coffee mug. To justice, Aaliyah added, raising hers. I picked up my own mug, thinking of orchids and roses, of truth and time, of endings and beginnings. To blooming again. Through the window, the garden glowed in the afternoon sun, each flower a testament to Dad's belief that beauty can grow even in life's hardest soil. He'd given me more than justice. He'd given me back my future, one bloom at a time.
I stared at my reflection in the mirror, watching my hands tremble as I adjusted my veil for the 100th time. The text from my sister still burned on my phone screen. Can't wait to share the big surprise at your wedding. It'll be unforgettable. My name is Lorelei, and in 3 hours, I was supposed to be having the happiest day of my life. Instead, my stomach churned with dread, knowing my younger sister Zariah would find some way to steal the spotlight, just like she always had. Don't you dare let her get to you, Rachel said, appearing behind me in the mirror. My best friend and maid of honor gripped my shoulders firmly. This is your day. I forced a smile. You know Zariah. She's probably planning to announce she's pregnant with triplets, or that she's been cast in a Hollywood movie. Or maybe she'll claim she's been secretly dating Brad Pitt. Rachel rolled her eyes, making me laugh despite myself. The bridal suite door burst open, and my mother swept in, wearing her signature look of barely concealed disapproval. Lorelei, darling, why aren't you ready yet? And what's wrong with your hair? The hair is perfect, Samantha. Virginia, my wedding planner, intercepted smoothly. I've been doing this for 20 years. Trust me. Mom pursed her lips. Well, Zariah's hair looked absolutely stunning at her engagement party last month. The engagement party she threw herself, Rachel muttered under her breath. I caught Virginia's knowing look in the mirror. She'd been our family friend for years and had seen firsthand how Zariah operated. More importantly, she'd helped me prepare for today in ways my sister would never suspect. Has anyone seen my earrings? I asked, trying to change the subject. Oh, speaking of jewelry, Mom brightened. Zariah wanted to loan you her diamond bracelet. She said it would be perfect for... No, I cut her off firmly. I'm wearing Grandma's pearls, the ones she left specifically for my wedding day. Mom's face fell. But your sister... Mom, I turned to face her directly. This is my wedding, not Zariah's. The door opened again, and my father poked his head in. There's my beautiful girl. His warm smile faltered slightly as he read the room's tension. Everything okay in here? Perfect, Daddy. I managed a genuine smile. At least he'd always tried to treat us equally, even if he rarely succeeded in standing up to Mom's obvious favoritism. Well, Frankie's already here, Looking sharp as ever, Dad said, though he seems a bit nervous, kept checking his phone. My heart skipped. Nervous? Did he say why? Probably just wedding jitters, Rachel jumped in quickly. I'll go check on him. As Rachel left, Virginia shooed everyone else out to give the bride some space. Once we were alone, she closed the door and turned to me with serious eyes. Are you sure about this, honey? Once we set things in motion, I picked up my phone and pulled up Zariah's text again. Below it was a series of screenshots I'd collected over the years, evidence of her systematic attempts to sabotage my relationships, including my early dates with Frankie. The latest was from just last week, a message she'd accidentally sent me instead of her friend, detailing her plans for my wedding day. I'm sure, I said firmly. I've spent my whole life watching her tear me down to build herself up. She tried to break me and Frankie up 3 times before we got engaged. She's not ruining this day. Virginia squeezed my hand. The video is ready. Just give me the signal during the reception. A knock at the door made us both jump. Rachel slipped back in, her face tight with concern. Frankie's fine, she said quickly, but I just overheard Zariah on the phone. She's definitely planning something for the ceremony. And she's got Darren with her. Darren? I frowned. Her ex from college? Apparently not so ex anymore. Rachel's expression darkened. They seemed cozy. I took a deep breath, smoothing down my dress. Part of me wanted to cry, but a stronger part, the part that had been methodically planning this day for months, felt strangely calm. Let her try, I said, meeting my own eyes in the mirror. I'm done being her supporting actress. She wants to make this day unforgettable. Fine, but this time I'm directing the show. Virginia and Rachel exchanged glances as I stood up straighter, adjusted my veil one final time, and reached for my bouquet. Ready? Dad called through the door. Ready, I answered, and for the first time that morning, I meant it. Zariah had no idea what was coming, but she was about to learn that karma could be just as attention-seeking as she was. The church doors opened, and Wagner's bridal chorus filled the air. My heart pounded as Dad squeezed my arm, whispering, "You look beautiful, sweetheart." I caught sight of Frankie at the altar, and everything else faded away for a moment. His eyes lit up as they met mine, that crooked smile I fell in love with spreading across his face. Even from here, I could see him blinking back tears. Then I spotted Zariah in the front row, wearing a dress that definitely pushed the boundaries of appropriate wedding guest attire. She was practically bouncing in her seat, whispering to Darren beside her. My step faltered slightly, but Dad steadied me. "Just look at Frankie," he murmured. "Nothing else matters." The ceremony began beautifully. Father Matthews welcomed everyone warmly, and I managed to keep my voice steady through our traditional vows. Then came the moment for our personal ones. Frankie pulled out a small piece of paper, his hands shaking slightly. "Lorelei," he began, "before I met you, I was lost. I'd given up on finding real love, convinced myself it wasn't worth the risk." He paused, swallowing hard. "Then you walked into that coffee shop, ordered a triple shot espresso, and proceeded to spill it all over my laptop." Laughter rippled through the church. I couldn't help giggling through my tears, remembering that disastrous first meeting. "You were so mortified," he continued. "You insisted on buying me coffee every day for a week to make up for it. By day 3, I was already falling for you. Your kindness, your strength, your ability to light up any room. You made me believe in love again." I opened my mouth to begin my own vows, but movement in the front row caught my eye. Zariah was standing up. "I'm sorry," she called out, her voice carrying through the church. "I just can't hold it in anymore. Darren and I are engaged." The church fell silent. I felt Frankie's hand tighten around mine as Zariah practically dragged Darren to his feet. "We wanted to wait to announce it," she continued, beaming at the shocked congregation. "But seeing all this love today, I just couldn't keep our joy to ourselves anymore. Isn't it amazing? We'll be planning our own wedding soon." Mum was already dabbing at her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, my baby," while Dad looked like he wanted to sink into the floor. I caught Rachel's eye from where she stood with my other bridesmaids. She was practically vibrating with rage, but I gave her a subtle shake of my head. Not yet. That's wonderful news, Zariah, I said, keeping my voice steady. But perhaps we could return to the ceremony. Of course, Zariah gushed, still standing. I just thought, since we're all here celebrating love, what better moment? Darren and I want to share our story too. We actually reconnected at your engagement party, Lorelei. Remember when you were too busy to talk to your own sister? Father Matthews cleared his throat. Perhaps this discussion could wait for the reception. Oh, but this is so much more intimate, Zariah protested. And Darren's already ordered champagne for everyone. Zariah, Frankie's voice cut through her rambling, surprisingly firm. Sit down, now. Something in his tone made her pause. She blinked, then slowly sank back into her seat, though her triumphant smile remained firmly in place. I squeezed Frankie's hand in gratitude before turning back to Father Matthews. My vows, I said clearly, pulling out my own paper. My hands weren't shaking anymore. If anything, Zariah's interruption had only strengthened my resolve. Frankie, I began, you came into my life when I'd started to doubt myself, when I'd begun to believe the voices telling me I wasn't enough. I saw Zariah shift uncomfortably in my peripheral vision. But you saw me, really saw me. You taught me that real love isn't about competition or attention. It's about support, trust, and standing together against whatever life throws at us. I took a deep breath, looking directly into his eyes. I promise to always be your partner in every sense of the word, to face our challenges together, to celebrate our joys as one, and to never let anyone come between the truth of what we share. The rest of the ceremony passed in a blur of rings and prayers. When Father Matthews finally pronounced us husband and wife, Frankie pulled me into a kiss that felt like a promise of its own. As we turned to face our guests as Mr. and Mrs., I caught sight of Virginia in the back of the church, giving me a subtle thumbs up. The video was ready. Zariah might think she'd won this round, but the reception was about to give her a surprise of her own. After all, karma doesn't always wait for the next life to come calling. Ready to face the crowd, Mrs. Rivera? Frankie whispered as we prepared to walk back down the aisle. I smiled, genuine and bright. More than ready. The real show's about to begin. The reception hall buzzed with whispered conversations as guests found their seats. Zariah had somehow managed to position herself at the center of attention, showing off her engagement ring to anyone who would look. Mom hovered nearby, practically glowing with pride. I can't believe she actually did it, Rachel muttered, adjusting my train as we prepared for our entrance. In the middle of your vows. Oh, I can believe it, I said, watching through the doorway as Zariah dramatically recounted her magical proposal story for the third time. Remember my high school graduation? When she announced she'd been accepted to Yale, Rachel rolled her eyes. Even though she ended up going to community college 2 months later. Or my college graduation, I added. When she fainted during my valedictorian speech, the smelling salts were a nice touch, Frankie chimed in, appearing beside me. Though not as creative as the sudden illness at your promotion party last year. I turned to face him, straightening his boutonniere. You know what the worst part is? She actually tried to warn me this time. That text wasn't a slip-up. She wanted me to spend my entire wedding day dreading whatever she had planned. Well, Rachel's smile turned wicked. She's about to learn about karma. The DJ's voice boomed through the speakers, announcing our entrance. As Frankie and I stepped into the reception hall, the crowd erupted in applause. Everyone except Zariah, who was busy showing Darren something on her phone. We made our way to the head table, stopping to greet guests along the way. Just before we sat down, Mom intercepted us, pulling me into a perfume-heavy embrace. Darling, about what happened at the ceremony, she started. You know, your sister just gets excited. She doesn't mean any harm. Really, Mom? I pulled back, meeting her eyes. Name one important moment in my life she hasn't tried to hijack. That's not fair, Mom protested. Zariah just has a vibrant personality. She needs attention, unlike you. You've always been so independent. Independent? I laughed without humor. Or just used to being ignored. Now, Lorelei, Mum's voice took on that familiar disappointed tone. Don't be dramatic. This kind of jealousy isn't attractive. Jealousy? Frankie stepped forward, his usual easygoing demeanor hardening. Mrs. Walsh, with all due respect. It's fine, I cut him off, touching his arm. Mum, you should get back to your seat. I think Virginia's about to start the toasts. As if on cue, Virginia clinked her glass, calling for attention. Before we begin dinner, the bride and groom have prepared a special video celebrating their journey together. Zariah's head snapped up, her face darkening. She hadn't expected this deviation from the traditional reception schedule she'd tried to help plan. But I thought I was doing the first toast, she protested, loud enough for nearby tables to hear. I have a whole speech prepared about love and new beginnings. The video first, Virginia said firmly, nodding to the AV tech. The lights dimmed, and the large screen at the front of the hall flickered to life. It started innocently enough. Photos of Frankie and me throughout our relationship, set to romantic music. Then came the first shift. A screenshot appeared, a text conversation between Zariah and my ex-boyfriend Tom from 3 years ago, where she'd convinced him I was cheating on him. Another screenshot followed, an email where she'd posed as me to cancel a job interview. Then another, her message to Frankie's ex-girlfriend, claiming he was still in love with her, sent just weeks before our engagement. The room grew deadly quiet. I could feel Zariah's eyes boring into me, but I kept my gaze forward, watching as years of her carefully orchestrated sabotage played out on screen. Turn it off, she demanded, her voice shrill. This is private. Mum, make them stop it. But even Mum sat frozen, watching as the evidence mounted. Messages, emails, social media posts, a systematic campaign to undermine every significant relationship and opportunity in my life. The final clip was from last week. Zariah's voice, crystal clear, telling Darren, "Trust me, babe, announcing our engagement at her wedding is perfect. She'll be too scared of making a scene to do anything about it. She always backs down. It's kind of pathetic, really." When the lights came back up, you could have heard a pin drop. Darren had moved away from Zariah, staring at her like he was seeing her for the first time. "I can explain," Zariah started, but her voice cracked. Lorelai's twisting everything. She's always been jealous of me." "Jealous?" I stood up slowly, my voice carrying in the silence. "No, Zariah, I'm not jealous. I'm done." The room erupted in murmurs as Zariah pushed back her chair with a screech. Her face had gone from red to white, and her hands were shaking. "You'll regret this," she hissed, grabbing her purse. "You have no idea what else I know." As she stormed toward the exit, I caught Virginia's eye and nodded slightly. Phase 1 was complete. Now for the real fireworks. The silence following Zariah's exit lasted exactly 3 seconds before the room exploded into chaos. Guests turned to each other, phones appeared in hands, and the whispers grew into a steady roar of conversation. "Did you know about all this?" Darren approached our table, his face ashen. "The messages, the manipulation, how long has she been doing this?" "Sit down, Darren." I gestured to an empty chair. "There's more you need to know." "More?" He collapsed into the seat, loosening his tie. "What could be worse than—" "Remember Jessica?" Frankie cut in, his voice gentle but firm. "Your ex-fiancée from 2 years ago." Darren's head snapped up. "How do you know about Jessica?" Virginia appeared beside us, tablet in hand. "Show him." I nodded. She pulled up a series of messages between Zariah and Jessica from 18 months ago. Darren's hands shook as he read them, his face growing paler with each swipe. She told Jessica I was cheating." His voice cracked. "That's why Jessica called off the wedding." "And then Zariah conveniently showed up to comfort you," Rachel added, her tone bitter. "Just like she did with Tom and Marcus and every other guy she set her sights on." Mom rushed over, her mascara slightly smeared. "This is ridiculous. Lorelai, how could you humiliate your sister like this? On your wedding day, no less." "How could I?" I stood up, finally letting years of suppressed anger surface. "How could you let her treat me like this for 28 years? How many times did I come to you in tears, telling you something felt wrong, and you dismissed it as sister rivalry? I never, Mum started, but Dad cut her off. Samantha, his voice was unusually stern, sit down. But Hector, now. As Mom sank into a chair, Virginia projected more evidence onto the screen. Photos of Zariah with various ex-boyfriends, mine and others, all dated suspiciously close to major breakups. Screenshots of her creating fake social media accounts to spread rumors. Email threads where she'd posed as different people to sabotage job opportunities and friendships. Oh my God, Darren stood up suddenly. The promotion I lost last month, she said she had nothing to do with that email to my boss. Check your sent folder, Rachel suggested grimly. She's not as tech-savvy as she thinks. She probably forgot to delete it. Darren fumbled with his phone, then let out a string of curses. I need to. He stumbled toward the exit, already dialing a number. Should we go after him? Frankie asked quietly. I shook my head. He needs time to process, just like everyone else here. Around the room, more revelations were surfacing as guests connected dots from their own experiences with Zariah. Aunt Marie discovered why her catering business lost a major client last year. My cousin Pete finally learned why his girlfriend had suddenly blocked him on all social media platforms. But why? Mom's voice was small now. Why would she do all this? Because she could, I replied. Because you taught her that her feelings mattered more than anyone else's. Because every time she hurt someone, you helped her justify it. That's not... Mom paused as Dad placed a hand on her shoulder. It is true, Sam, he said softly. We failed both our girls. We failed Zariah by never setting boundaries, and we failed Lorelei by never protecting her. The door burst open and Zariah stormed back in, her face streaked with tears and fury. You want to play dirty? Fine. Let me tell everyone about the real Lorelei, about how you slept with Marcus after your breakup. I finished for her. Go ahead. Tell them how you conveniently left out the part where you'd already cheated on him with his best friend. The evidence is all there, Zariah. Every lie, every manipulation, every coincidence. I've spent years documenting it all. You're destroying our family, she screamed. No. I stayed calm, though my heart was racing. You did that, one sabotage at a time. I have more, she threatened, reaching for her phone. Things you don't know about. Actually, Virginia stepped forward, holding up a USB drive. We do know, all of it, including what really happened to Dad's retirement fund last year. Zariah froze, her phone slipping from suddenly nerveless fingers. Dad stood up slowly, his face draining of color. What about my retirement fund? The room held its breath as Zariah's eyes darted between faces, looking for an ally and finding none. For the first time in her life, she had no way to twist the situation to her advantage. She started, then stopped. Her carefully constructed world was crumbling, and everyone could see it. I think, Virginia said quietly, it's time for the full truth to come out, all of it. I nodded, my hand finding Frankie's under the table. The worst was yet to come, but finally, after all these years, the truth would have its day. The retirement fund, Virginia began, connecting her tablet to the projector, was just the beginning. Should we start with the unauthorized withdrawals or the forged signatures? Stop, Zariah whispered, but her usual commanding presence had evaporated. Bank statements appeared on screen. Dad leaned forward, squinting at the numbers. These are from my investment account, but I never authorized. $45,000, Virginia stated. Transferred to a private account over 6 months. The signatures match yours perfectly, except for one small detail. You were in the hospital recovering from knee surgery when 3 of them were made. Mom's hand flew to her mouth. Zariah, tell me you didn't. I was going to pay it back. Zariah's voice cracked. I had a plan, this amazing investment opportunity. You mean the crypto scam? Rachel interrupted, pulling up more documents. The same one you tried to drag Lorelei into last Christmas? Dad's face had turned an alarming shade of red. My retirement savings, for cryptocurrency. Not just any cryptocurrency, I added quietly. A pyramid scheme. The same one that bankrupted Uncle Mike last year. Remember how Zariah consoled his daughter at the bankruptcy hearing, telling her everything would be okay while holding the very money that could have saved their house? You don't understand. Zariah's mascara ran in black streaks down her face. I needed the money. Do you know how hard it is to keep up appearances? The right clothes, the right car, the right connections, the right lies. Frankie stood up. Like the lies you told me about Lorelei before we started dating, about her supposedly being engaged to someone else. The room buzzed with fresh whispers. Darren had returned, standing at the back with his phone still in hand, looking shell-shocked. She told me Lorelei was a pathological liar, he said, his voice carrying in the tense silence. That I should be careful believing anything she says about family matters. Projection at its finest, Rachel muttered. I just got off the phone with Jessica, Darren continued. She's sending me proof of all the messages, the fake social media accounts, the anonymous tips about affairs that never happened. It wasn't just Lorelei. You've been doing this to everyone. I had to, Zariah screamed suddenly, making several guests jump. You don't know what it's like being the younger sister, always in her shadow, perfect Lorelei with her perfect grades and perfect job and perfect fiancé. Shadow? I laughed incredulously. You had everything. Mom and Dad's attention, the best clothes, the biggest room. They remortgaged the house to send you to private school while I worked 2 jobs to pay for community college. Because you wanted to, Mom interjected weakly. You said you wanted to be independent. No, Mom. I said that because every time I asked for help, you told me the money had to go to Zariah's special needs. Her modeling classes, her acting workshops, her therapy sessions she never actually attended. Virginia cleared her throat. Speaking of therapy payments, she pulled up another document. Don't, Zariah whispered. The receipts you showed your parents, the ones for weekly sessions at Dr. Marshall's office, they're forgeries. The real Dr. Marshall retired 3 years ago. Dad stood up so quickly his chair toppled backward. 3 years? We've been paying $500 a week for 3 years for therapy you never attended. $78,000, Virginia confirmed, plus the retirement fund, plus the credit cards opened in your name. Credit cards? Mom's voice was barely audible. More documents appeared on screen. Credit card statements, loan applications, payment records, all bearing Dad's forged signature. Total unauthorized debt. Virginia paused for effect. Just over $200,000. The room erupted. Mom slumped in her chair. Dad's face went from red to purple, and Darren stormed out again, this time slamming the door behind him. I can explain, Zariah began, but for once no one was listening to her performance. The police, Dad said quietly, his voice shaking. We need to call the police. Daddy, no! Zariah rushed forward, reaching for him, but he stepped back. Don't touch me, he said. Don't even look at me right now. Mom? Zariah turned desperately, but Mom was staring straight ahead, tears streaming down her face. All those times you needed emergency money, Mom whispered. All those investments you said would make us rich. All those stories about helping friends in need. I'm your daughter, Zariah pleaded. Yes, Mom finally met her eyes. And that's why this hurts so much more. Virginia already had her phone out, speaking quietly to someone on the other end. Zariah's eyes darted around the room like a trapped animal, finally landing on me. This is your fault, she hissed. You've ruined everything. No, I said firmly, standing to face my sister one last time. You did that all on your own. I just finally stopped covering for you. The sound of sirens in the distance grew steadily louder. The police arrived with minimal drama. 2 officers quietly escorted Zariah out, while a detective took statements from my parents. Most guests had already left, leaving behind half-eaten meals and whispered promises to call later. Some wedding, huh? Frankie pulled me close as we watched Mom sobbing into Dad's shoulder. I don't think this is what they mean by memorable. I'm so sorry. I turned to face him. This wasn't how our day was supposed to go. Hey, he lifted my chin with his finger. Remember what you said in your vows about facing challenges together? Still, I sighed, most couples don't spend their wedding night giving statements to the police about financial fraud. Rachel appeared with 3 glasses of champagne. Well, most couples don't have Zariah for a sister. Here, you both look like you need this. As we sipped our champagne, Virginia approached with her tablet. The detective wants to know if you'll testify about the relationship sabotage. It establishes a pattern of manipulation that strengthens the fraud case. Of course, I started, but was interrupted by a commotion at the entrance. Is she still here? A man's voice called out. I need to speak to Zariah. Joey? Rachel squinted at the newcomer. Joey Stevenson? My heart dropped. Joey, Zariah's ex-fiancé from 2 years ago, the one who'd disappeared right before their wedding. He looked different now, thinner, more haunted, but definitely him. She's been arrested, Frankie told him. The police just took her. Arrested? Joey ran a hand through his disheveled hair. Good. That's good, because I have something you all need to see. He pulled out a laptop from his messenger bag, hands shaking as he opened it. I've spent the last 2 years tracking her activities. After what she did to me, I couldn't let it go. What did she do? I asked softly. Besides empty my bank accounts and try to frame me for embezzlement at work. He laughed bitterly. She nearly destroyed my life, but that's not even the worst part. Virginia pulled up a chair for him. Show us. Joey's fingers flew over the keyboard. See, after I lost everything, I started investigating. Found others she'd done this to. Created a whole network of her victims. And then I discovered this. He turned the screen toward us. Documents filled the display. Business records, bank statements, social media posts, carefully archived and annotated. She's been running this same con for years, he explained. Find someone successful, manipulate them into a relationship, gain access to their accounts, then destroy their reputation when she's done. But she got sloppy with me, left traces. How many others? Dad's voice made us all jump. He and Mom had approached quietly, their faces drawn with exhaustion. At least 12 that I've confirmed, Joey replied. Probably more. She had a system. Target people with money but few close connections. Love bomb them, isolate them, then strike. The relationship sabotage? That was just practice. A way to perfect her manipulation techniques. Mom sank into a chair. Our little girl, a con artist, a very good one, Joey nodded grimly. She learned early that crying got her out of trouble, that playing victim made people trust her. She weaponized sympathy. The therapy payments, Virginia realized, they weren't just theft, they were cover. Who would suspect someone supposedly getting mental health treatment? Exactly. Joey pulled up more files. And look at the timing of her emergencies. Always when someone was close to discovering the truth. Always with a ready explanation that made the questioner feel guilty for doubting her. I felt Frankie's arm tighten around me as realization dawned. The engagement announcement today wasn't just attention-seeking, Rachel finished. She needed a new mark. Darren has family money, doesn't he? Old money, I confirmed, and a trust fund he gets access to next month. Which she would have drained within weeks, Joey said, just like she did to me, just like she did to all the others. The detective approached our group. Mr. Stevenson, we'd like to take your statement now. This evidence could help build a stronger case. As Joey packed up his laptop, he turned to my parents. I'm sorry, I know this hurts, but she needs to be stopped before she ruins more lives. Dad nodded slowly, looking every bit his age. Thank you for coming forward. After Joey left with the detective, an uncomfortable silence fell over the room. The remaining guests had gathered their things, leaving just family and close friends. What happens now? Mom asked, her voice small. Now, I said, taking Frankie's hand, we clean up this mess. Together, as a family. And Zariah? Rachel asked. I looked at the empty doorway where my sister had been led away in handcuffs. She faces the consequences of her actions. Finally. Some wedding present. Frankie attempted a weak joke. Actually, I managed a small smile. It kind of is. The truth, that's the best gift we could have received today. The room fell quiet again, but this time the silence felt different. Like the calm after a storm, when the air is clear and you can finally see the damage and begin to rebuild. 3 days after my wedding, I found myself sitting in a sterile police station interview room, facing my sister across a metal table. She looked smaller somehow, without her designer clothes and perfect makeup. 5 minutes, the officer reminded us before stepping outside. You look terrible, Zaraya said, picking at her orange jumpsuit. Shouldn't you be on your honeymoon? Frankie and I postponed it. Someone had to help Mom and Dad sort through the financial mess you left them with. She flinched. They're still mad. Mad? I leaned forward. Dad had to remortgage the house. Again. Mom can barely get out of bed. Is that what you wanted? I wanted... She trailed off, then straightened. You didn't have to expose everything at your wedding. You could have talked to me privately. Like you talked to me privately about sabotaging my relationships, or stealing Dad's retirement, or conning Joey out of his life savings. Joey, she spat the name. He's the one who turned me in, isn't he? Pathetic little man, couldn't handle a strong woman. Stop it, I cut her off. Just stop. The act doesn't work anymore. Joey showed us everything. The other victims are coming forward. It's over, Zaraya. For a moment, her mask slipped. Real fear flashed across her face before she covered it with a sneer. So what now? You get to be the perfect daughter while I rot in jail. Is that your happy ending? This isn't about being perfect. It's about consequences. The DA says you're looking at 15 to 20 years. 20 years? Her voice cracked. But I'm your sister. Yes, you are. Which is why I'm here with an offer. She leaned forward eagerly. You'll help me? The DA is willing to consider a lighter sentence if you cooperate. Return the money, provide details about all your cons, testify against your accomplices. Accomplices? She sat back, eyes narrowing. I worked alone. Really? So that offshore account in the Caymans just appeared by magic. The fake IDs were self-generating. Come on, Zaraya. We both know you had help. She stayed silent, but I saw the calculation in her eyes. Think about it, I continued. 7 to 10 years with good behavior versus 20. Your choice. And what do you get out of this? She demanded. The satisfaction of seeing me confess? What I get is closure. For our family, for Joey, for everyone you hurt. And maybe, just maybe, a sister who finally takes responsibility for her actions. You always were self-righteous, she sneered, but there was a tremor in her voice. No, I was just waiting for you to face reality. Remember when we were kids? Before the lying started, we used to be friends. Before you became Little Miss Perfect, you mean? Before you decided that taking what you wanted was easier than earning it, I corrected. Before you started seeing everyone as either a mark or a rival. She looked away, blinking rapidly. I can't go to prison for 20 years. Then tell the truth, all of it, starting with who helped you set up those offshore accounts. The officer knocked on the door. Time's up. Zaraya grabbed my arm as I stood. Wait, I need time to think. You have until tomorrow morning. The DA won't wait longer than that. Lorelei, her voice was small, almost childlike. Will you come back if I decide to talk? I studied her face, searching for signs of manipulation. For once, I saw none. Yes, but only if you're ready to tell the whole truth. As I turned to leave, she called out again. I'm sorry about your wedding. I know you probably don't believe me, but I am. I paused at the door. You're right. I don't believe you. Not yet. But maybe someday I will. Outside, Frankie was waiting with Rachel and Joey. How did it go? She'll talk, I said. She's scared enough now to tell the truth. The whole truth? Joey asked skeptically. We'll see. But for the first time in her life, She's facing real consequences. That's a start. Rachel hugged me tightly. You okay? No, I admitted. But I will be. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. Dad's meeting with the bankruptcy lawyer. Please come home. Go, Frankie said, reading over my shoulder. I'll handle things here with Joey and the DA. I kissed him quickly. What did I do to deserve you? You spilled coffee on my laptop, he smiled. Best day of my life. As I drove home, I thought about Zariah sitting in that cold interview room, finally facing the wreckage of her choices. Part of me felt guilty for exposing her, for choosing truth over family loyalty. But then I remembered Dad's face when he learned about his retirement fund, Mom's tears as she discovered decades of lies, Joey's destroyed life, and all the others Zariah had hurt. Sometimes love means letting someone face the consequences of their actions. Sometimes it's the only way they can change. Tomorrow would bring more revelations, more pain, more truth. But for now, I had a family to help rebuild. The courtroom fell silent as Zariah finished her testimony. She'd named names, provided account details, and exposed every aspect of her cons. For 3 hours, she'd laid bare a network of fraud that stretched across multiple states. And you understand, the judge leaned forward, that this testimony will be used in additional prosecutions. Yes, Your Honor. Zariah's voice was barely audible. Very well. Based on your cooperation and the DA's recommendation, I sentence you to 8 years in state prison with possibility of parole after 5 years. Additionally, you will pay full restitution to all victims. Mom squeezed my hand as Zariah was led away. She turned once, catching my eye, and gave a small nod. It wasn't forgiveness, but it was acknowledgement. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us with questions. Dad stepped forward, his voice steady. Our daughter made terrible choices. She hurt people, including her family. Now she's taking responsibility for those actions. That's all we have to say. Back at the house, Virginia and Rachel had organized a small gathering. Not a celebration exactly, but a moment to breathe. Joey was there, looking more at peace than I'd seen him since the wedding. The FBI caught Marcus this morning, he announced, showing us his phone. He was trying to flee to Mexico with what was left of the money. Marcus? Mom looked confused. Zariah's partner, I explained, the one who helped her set up the fake accounts. Turns out he was running similar cons in 3 other states. At least some good came from all this, Frankie said, wrapping an arm around me. A lot of people will get justice now. Dad cleared his throat. Speaking of justice, he pulled out an envelope. This came today, from Zariah. Inside was a handwritten letter and a stack of documents. Mom's hand shook as she read aloud. Dear Mom and Dad, I know sorry isn't enough, but I am sorry. Not just for the money, but for everything. I've signed over my condo and car to help with restitution. The bank accounts are next. It won't fix what I broke, but maybe it's a start. Love, Zariah. She actually signed the transfer papers, Dad said quietly. No games, no conditions. It's something, I acknowledged. A small step, but real. Rachel raised her glass. To small steps then, and to finally having the whole truth out in the open. To truth, everyone echoed. As conversations flowed around me, I slipped outside to the back porch, the same porch where, as teenagers, Zariah and I used to share secrets and dreams. Before competition turned to sabotage, before attention-seeking became destruction. Frankie found me there, 2 cups of coffee in hand. Penny for your thoughts? I was just thinking about choices. I took a cup. How each little decision leads to bigger ones. Until suddenly you're so far down a path you can't see the way back. But there's always a way back, he said. Zariah found it today. Your parents are finding it, rebuilding their trust in each other. Even Joey's finding peace. And us? I turned to face him. Are we okay? This wasn't exactly the romantic wedding story most couples get to tell. He laughed. Are you kidding? We got through family drama, financial fraud, and a criminal investigation in our first week of marriage. I'd say we're better than okay. From inside, We heard Mom laugh, a real laugh, the first in weeks. Through the window, I could see her showing Virginia old family photos, while Dad and Joey discussed plans for a support group for fraud victims. You know what the strangest part is? I said. I actually feel lighter, like all those years of covering for Zariah, making excuses, pretending everything was fine. That was the real burden. The truth usually is lighter, Frankie agreed, even when it hurts at first. My phone buzzed, a text from the prison social worker. Zariah would like to start family counseling when you're ready. I showed Frankie the message. What do you think? I think, he said carefully, that healing takes time, and work, and willingness to change. But if she's really ready, then maybe we all are, I finished. We stood there in comfortable silence, watching the sun set on what felt like the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Not a fairy tale ending, those don't exist in real life, but something better, a true ending, hard-won and honest. Ready to go back in? Frankie asked. I took his hand, feeling the new weight of my wedding ring. Ready. Because that's what life is, really. Not perfect moments or dramatic revelations, but small choices. The choice to face truth, to allow consequences, to offer chances for redemption. The choice to love anyway, even when it's complicated, especially when it's complicated.